This broadcast is brought to you by JTR Practical Solutions Productions.
Good afternoon, race fans. Hey, we are here at the Bullring. Hey, my name's John, JTR Practical Solutions Productions TV. We're here live at Plessis Motor Speedway for the 7th annual Bullring Nationals. I got the track announcer, Tyler's here with me. So why don't you tell them what's going on, what they're gonna see, and how many racers we got here today?
Sure thing, John, and thank you to you and your crew for joining us all the way from Cedar Rapids. We are here live at Plessis Motor Speedway just outside of Hartley, Iowa for, as you mentioned, the 7th annual Bullring Nationals. It's the biggest event on our calendar. 116 entries from 7 different states have packed our pit area to compete in today's biggest race. WWE Championship-style belts are on the line for the feature winners later this evening. So thank you for watching along at home on YouTube. It's the first time ever this event has been broadcast live, and we're so happy you could be here, so happy you could join us watching at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for watching. We've got a lot coming up. Tyler's going to go jump in the booth. He's got to call this race today. He's going to get prepared for it. We're going to take a little pause, get the cameras adjusted, and here in a little bit, we're going to have a track full of cars.
Yes,
we'll be right back.
Ceremony all carts rolling. It's one of the coolest spectacles in all of go-kart racing. You're going to see about 100 carts rolling around this little track at the same time. It's going to be something to witness.
That's awesome. We'll be right back. Are we clear? Okay. All right. I am going to actually, so as soon as he's done with that, will they start bringing them up for that?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll give me time to take these over, put them up where I need to, and then, because I've got my gimbals up on I talked to Mark, the swagger, and he's going to make room for me. When you bring them all out, he's just going to move out of the way and let me shoot. on the green one. Yeah, because that's a track one. Hey, we want to thank Stevenson Hardware and Sauer Trucking for making it possible to live broadcast the 7th annual Bullring Nationals. This is the largest race of 2023, folks, and so Stevenson Hardware, Sauer Trucking, thank you, thank you, thank you. So get a chance, run by Stevenson Hardware, located at 116 South Main Street, Holstein, Iowa. You know, get in there and tell them thank you for supporting the live stream of this race. Sauer Trucking, we thank you also very much. Thank everybody, along with all the other sponsors of this track.
At this time, I think we'd like to call the beginner and R-Box class. Please start making your way toward the starting grid for hot laps. Beginners and R-Box to the grid for hot laps. Thank you. Junior 1 to the grid for hot laps. Junior 1 to the grid for hot laps. Clone heavy to the grid for hot laps. Clone heavy, thank you.
Hey, well, we got a minute here. We'd like to thank Stevenson Hardware and Sauer Trucking again for making it possible to live broadcast the 7th Annual Bullring Nationals. Thank you very much. We also would like to thank Jesse James Construction, Full Speed Stable, Wooley's Repair, Sue Body Shop, Tyson's Food. We have more. Hey, like I said, we want to thank Jesse James Construction, Bowl Speed Stable, Bisma, I hope I pronounced that right, and Utesh Racing, Go-Kart Parts, Orange City. Thank you, everyone. Woolies Repair, Shoe Body Shop, Tyson Foods, and especially Stevenson Hardware and Sour Trucking. Hey, this is John, JTR Practical Solutions Productions TV. Hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast today. Like I wanted to say, we want to thank all the sponsors for being a part of this great race. Get a chance. Get on our social media, like, subscribe, and we would appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hot laps have been completed. We'll do a quick sweep of the track, then we'll get into opening ceremonies here at the 7th Annual Bullring Nationals. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, again, we want to thank Stevenson Hardware and Tower Trucking for making it possible live broadcast at 2023 Bullring Nationals. This is 7th annual. Stevenson Hardware located at 116 South Main, Holstein, Iowa. Tower Trucking, thank you. As I said earlier, we want to thank Jesse James Construction, Bowles Speed Stable, Willie's Repair, Sue Body Shop, Tyson Food, UTash Racing, and, oh please, I hope I say this right, Cibisma Graphics, Motorsports Wraps, Decals, and Graphics in Sanborn, Iowa.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MR.
Race fans, before we begin any of our opening ceremonies this evening, we'd like to take a moment of silence for Police Officer Kevin Cram of the Algona Police Department, who was tragically killed in the line of duty a couple days ago. So at this moment, please offer a moment of silence for Officer Cram. Thank you very much. And at this point, we'll raise the flag to full staff. And we'd like to welcome everybody here to the High Banks of Karting, Plessis Motor Speedway, for today's 7th running of the Bullring Nationals. 116 entries from 7 different states have packed the pit area today to race for the belts, and we couldn't be happier that you're here to join us here today. At this point, I'd like to ask everybody, please rise if you are able. Gentlemen, remove all headgear and direct your attention toward the infield as we honor America with a performance of our national anthem performed today by Uzura Herondale of Ottumwa, Iowa.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. So say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about a round of applause for Uzura Herondale? And with that, race fans, let's go racing at the High Banks. Beginners and R-Box, please report to the grid for heat races. Beginners and R-Box to the grid for heat races. Let's go. Beginner carts are making their way over towards staging. We're so happy everybody could join us here on the biggest day of the year, the 7th annual Bullring Nationals, live streaming for the first time ever on YouTube. That's the JTR Practical Solutions YouTube channel. Hello to everybody watching us on YouTube for the first time. And race fans, if you have any friends or family back home that couldn't make it out to the track tonight, feel free to send them that link. I know it's shared on our Facebook page. Also, you can direct them to YouTube and search JTR Practical Solutions, where the Bullring Nationals are streaming live only on YouTube. It's our biggest turnout of the year. I think it's one of the biggest turnouts we've ever had here at Plessis Motor Speedway. 116 entries. Drivers from 7 different states, including Iowa and all the surrounding states, including driver from California and also from Nashville, Tennessee in the pit area today. First class on the Speedway will be our beginner class. These are drivers between 4 and 7 years old, many of them completing their first year driving a go-kart. We have them start from a dead stop on the front stretch, and we have awards for each and every driver in the beginner class at the conclusion of tonight's feature races. Today we have 11 entries in the beginner class, so we'll split them up into 2 different heat races. 10 laps is the distance for our beginner heat races. Presented today by Kirk Weber Racing. Thank you to Kirk for providing free entry fees for all of our 11 entries in the beginner class today. Of course, Kirk Weber, the former head flagman here at Plessis, jumping into a go-kart today, running the Clone Heavy class, so we'll be able to see if Kirk Weber can bring home a championship belt later on this evening. Looks like beginner karts are fired and they're rolling onto the track for heat race number 1. Here's your lineup. Starting on the pole from Helena, Iowa, driving the Hibbing Racing number 67 is Owen Hibbing. On the outside of row number 1, driver making her Plessis Motor Speedway debut from George, Iowa, driving the Van Voorst trucking number 17V, Jayla Van Voorst. Second row on the inside from Helena, Iowa, driving the Ort Racing 6D9 is Daxton Ort. And to his outside, starting fourth from Sanborn, Iowa, driving the frame to finish top tackle number 14, Landon Baker. Fifth on the grid from Merrill, Iowa, driving the Northern Lights James A. Transfer number 7R is Camry Rolfus. And your sixth and final starters from Lamar's, Iowa, driving the Backer Sports Bar, Davison trucking number 59, Mason Schultz. Green flags are racing at the Bullring National. Lap 1 in the books, your early leader, Jayla Van Voorst in the 17V cart, followed by Daxton Ort and Mason Schultz as your top 3. Challenge for the lead through 1 and 2, a little bit of contact between those top 2 carts, and it's Daxton Ort taking the lead down the backstretch. Mason Schultz in the second, Van Voorst shuffled back into third. Camry Rolfus fourth. And it's Landon Baker on the high side working for that fourth position. He's driving car number 14. And running 6 is the 67 of Owen Hibbing. Caution in turns 3 and 4. I believe that was the leader, the 6G9 of Daxton Ort, spinning around, bringing out the first yellow flag of the evening. Green's out. Jackson Ort back to the point with Schultz closing in second. Jackson Orton, that 6D9 car, winner of the Race of Champions at Blue Earth last weekend in the putt-putt class, representing Two Card Speedway. He's going to work the high side here, the 67 of Hibbing. Schultz right there in second. Just going to follow him through as they get by that 67 car. 2 to go for your leader. White flag out to the driver from Polina, Iowa. And now the checker flag, Jackson Ort wins beginner heat race number 1, Mason Schultz second. Landon Baker third, fourth at the line, close. I think it was still the 17G of Van Voorst in front of the 7R of Ralston. Up next, the second half of the beginner class. Once again, 10 laps is the distance for heat race number 2 in the beginner division. Starting on the pole for this heat race from Georgia, Iowa, driving the Van Voorst checking number 57V, Jaden Van Voorst. On the outside of row number 1 from Renwick, Iowa, driving the Grandpa's Money number 75, Hudson Duncan. Rolling off in the third position, driver from Archer, Iowa, piloting the Datsun Tiling number 82K is Cora Landheis. On the outside of row 2, starting fourth from Polina, Iowa, driving the Ort Racing 6D8, it's Bailey Ort. And your fifth and final starters from Lenox, South Dakota, driving the Daroon Racing engines, number 32, Wyatt Jacobson. Green's out at the drag race into turn 1. And Dayton Van Voorst with the early lead. Bailey Ort trying the high side, looking to get by Hudson Duncan for second, just a little high coming out of turn 2. We'll go 2 laps down. It's Van Voorst, Duncan, Ort, Jacobson, and Landheis. Van Voorst starting to build a lead out in front. Hudson Duncan holds on to second. Bailey Orton, Wyatt Jacobson in tow. And Cora Landheis in fifth. Battle picking up for second. Bill Duncan in the 75 holding on to that position. Here comes Wyatt Jacobson to the inside of Ort for third. Able to make the pass coming out of turn 4. Now he's coming after Duncan. Laps winding down in beginner heat race number 2. Van Voorst trying to find a way around Landheis. Can't do so. We have 2 laps to go. Here comes Duncan and Jacobson. Battle for the lead. 1.5 laps remain. Van Voorst Still stuck behind the 82K of Rampage, and here comes Hudson Duncan to the inside. New leader, Hudson Duncan with 1 lap to go. Van Forsman tried to fight his way down the high side, can't do so. The leader's going into turn of 3 and press his final time. Here he comes. Hudson Duncan wins heat race number 2. Van Forst second, Jacobson third, Forster 68 of fourth, and Landhigh fifth. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is the R-Box class presented today by Dross Racing. 12 entries today for the R-Box division, so 2 different heat races for you this afternoon. Starting on the pole of heat race number 1, driver from Little Rock, Iowa. Driving the QualityFreightRate.com, my race pass number 23, Matthew Roy. Outside of row 1 from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving the Homus Farms number 2, Case Homan. Starting third from Rock Rapids, Iowa. Driving the Rebar Lounge and Lanes B7 is Bronson Bruns, who is outside, starting fourth from Holstein, Iowa, the Stevenson Harbor, number 87 of Connor Stevenson. Starting fifth from Dakota Green, South Dakota, the I-29 Custom, number 29 of Jackson Potras, and starting sixth from Bakersfield, California, the 22X of Grant Heckman. Side by side down the backstep. That'll be Matthew Roebling leading lap number 1. Homus back to second, then Bruns, Stevenson, and Potras, with Heckman running sixth. Contact there between the 2 cars battling for second. Homus and Bruns. Listening to Homus and that number 2 car holding on to position. Meanwhile, out in front is Matthew Ward in that 23 car showing the way. More contact for second. Bruns got into the back of Homus in turn 2, bringing out the yellow flag. Laps down, 6 to go in R-Box heat race number 1. We're back underway. It's Matthew Lloyd leading Homus, Stevenson, Potras, Heckman, and Bruns. Side by side for fifth, it's Bronson Bruns working that high line, able to get by Heckman. Grant's going to try to fight back to that position down the back stretch. But it's Bruns now in the fifth. Top 3 cars down the back stretch, so it's Lloyd, Homus, and Stevenson, as Bruns goes to the inside of Potras for fourth. Battle for second, Stevenson looking to the inside of Homus. Can't make the pass in the turn 1, but still applying the pressure to that number 2 car. Picking up for 2 laps to go from Matthew Lloyd. Stevenson able to pull even this time, and now in the second goes the 87 of Connor Stevenson. The right side out, 1 to go for the Little Rock Rocket. Down the back stretch for the final time. Second us out from Matthew Wood. He wins our box heat race number 1 presented by Gross Racing. Stevenson second, Hamish third, runs fourth, Heckman fifth, Top Trash sixth. Up next is the second set of R-Box. 10 laps is the distance for R-Box heat race number 2 presented by Gross Racing. Starting on the pole from Canton, South Dakota. Driving the Aaron's Heating and Cooling, number 10, Colin Heiskell. Starting on the outside of row number 1 from Cherokee, Iowa. Driving the Jim Sewer Service, number 5, Dakota Schlepp. Starting in the third position from Grimes, Iowa. Driving the Ballard Racing, number 7, Levi Ballard. And to his outside, starting fourth from Greenville, Iowa, driving the Fairchild Farms, number 52, Elsie Fairchild. Third row on the inside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving the Snyder Painting, number 1R is River Racing. And your sixth and final starters from Jefferson, Iowa, driving the Heartland Steel, number 19, Chase Murphy. I think we might be missing a cart out here. I got 6 on my lineup sheet. I think we might be missing the number 5 of Schlepp. So maybe unable to make the call for the heat race is Dakota Schlepp. Scheduled to start outside of row 1. Not seeing any movement on the starting grid, so we're going to send them green this time. Heiskell and Fairchild lead them the green. We're off and racing in our box heat race number 2. Top 4 carts, no tails. We put 1 lap down. It's Heiskell followed closely by the 7 of Levi Ballard. Then Fairchild, Grayson, and Murphy. Ballard all over Heiskell for the lead. We roll down to 3 and 4. Ballard sets up on the high side, gets a little bit sideways through the corners, trying to find a run to get by that 10 of Heiskell. Collins trying to protect that inside line. More contact there between Ballard and Heiskell. Good drive from Ballard down the back stretch, carrying a ton of speed into the corner. Still can't find a way around the number 10. 2 to go, signal for Colin Heiskell. Ballard once again steps up on the high side into turn 2. Come to the white flag, 1 more lap to make a move. Ballard trying to move Heiskell off that bottom, can't do so as we're going for 3 and 4 for the final time. And Colin Heiskell will hold on for the heat race victory. Levi Ballard second, third of over 52 of Elsie Fairchild. Fourth at the line, give it to the 1R of River Racing. Fifth will go to the 19 of Chase Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the rookie class presented today by Jesse James Construction. 8 entries today for the rookies, so they'll also have 2 different heat races. Starting on the pole for heat race number 1, the newly crowned track champion here at Plessis Motor Speedway from Merrill, Iowa. Driving the Dust Star Truck and Trailer Washout 75 Junior, it's Carson Rolfus. On the outside of row 1 from Rose Creek, Minnesota. Driving the Vote Farms and Custom Ag number 16K is Cade Vote. Starting third from Jefferson, Iowa. Driving the TM Performance, number 12, Tucker Murphy. And to his outside, starting fourth from Waseca, Minnesota. Driving the Dave's Body Shop, number 7R, Calvin Rosenthal. Carson Rolfus leads them to green. A little bit of high coming out of turn 4 there for the race leader, Rolfus. Building a comfortable lead out in front with Cade Vogt running second in that 16K cart, followed by the 12 of Tucker Murphy and the 7R of Calvin Rosenthal. Rolfus cruised to the points championship this season here at Plessis Motor Speedway. I think he had 3 or 4 feature wins. Never finished worse than second all season long. Putting on a dominating performance here in speed race number 1 for the rookie class. Vogt still holding on to second. Closest battle on the speed race for third between the 12 of Murphy and the 7R of Rosenthal. Battle slipping up for second now as Murphy and Rosenthal have caught second place running Cade Vogt. Last lap though for your leader. Here he comes out of 4. Carson Rolfus wins heat race number 1. Race for second. Coming to the line, it'll be the 16K of Cade Vogt in that runner-up spot with the 12 of Tucker Murphy finishing third. Fourth will go to the 7R of Calvin Rosenthal. Heat race number 2 for the rookie class next on the Speedway. Starting on the pole, driver from Lamar's, Iowa, driving the Davison Trucking Agritech number 59, it's Scooter Mason Schultz. On the outside of row 1 from Rose Creek, Minnesota, driving the Young Truck Line, number 11P, is Peyton Carroll. Third on the grid from Dallas Center, Iowa, driving the Capital Sign Company, number 99, Braxton Perkins. And to his outside from Corydon, Iowa, the 15N of Braylon Neer. Neer driving the Royal Flush Enterprise entry from Corydon, Iowa, making his Plessis Motor Speedway debut in that 15N cart. Challenge for the lead through 3 and 4. We'll put 1 lap down. It's the 59 of Schultz with the early lead. Perkins running second, then Braylon Neer into third as Peyton Carroll falls back into the 4th spot. Challenge for the lead. Perkins once again to the back bumper of Schultz. There he'll make his move down the backstretch. New leader, Braxton Perkins in cart number 99. Perkins, a runner-up at last year's Bullring Nationals in the rookie class. Trying to settle some unfinished business from last season. Off to a good start in heat race number 2 for the rookie class as he's pulling away from Stoltz out in front. Four laps to go for Perkins, whose lead last time by 1.1 seconds. And he'll add another 4/10, that 1.7-second lead for Braxton Perkins in car number 99. Braylon Neer catching Schultz for that runner-up spot as Perkins goes to work on the 11P as Carroll doesn't come back hard a lap down. Able to do so down the front stretch. 2 to go for Braxton Perkins. His lead nearly a full straightaway as he goes into turn 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag is out, and Braxton Perkins wins rookie heat race number 2 presented by Jesse James Construction. Second will go to the 59 of Mason Schultz, third the 15N of Braylon Neer, fourth the 11P of Peyton Carroll. Up next is the Rookie Predator class. 5 entries today for the Rookie Preds presented by Van Hoff Trucking. Here's your lineup for the one and only heat race in the Rookie Predator division. Starting on the pole from Primgar, Iowa, driving the Datsun Tiling, number 45L, Aiden Logan. On the outside of row 1 from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the Northside Tire, number 9, Macy Pogler. Starting in the third position from Melvin, Iowa, driving the Funkmobile 7S, it's Bo Funk. And his outside, starting fourth from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the Stevens McGrath, number 87, Maya Briggs. Your fifth and final starter is from Melvin, Iowa, who pilots the SK Repair Dowdy Hotshot Transport, number 12, Blake Clancy. Green is out for the Rookie Predators. They're 3 wide over the display. Aiden Logan will pull into the infield. Yellow flag will fly. Not what Bo Funk wanted to see there. Got a great start. Went from third to first. Take the early lead, but we'll have a complete restart upcoming in Rookie Predator Heat Race number 1, presented by Van Hoff Trucking. So complete restart upcoming for the Rookie Predators. Aiden Logan and Macy Pogler on row 1. They'll bring him to green this time. Challenge for the lead. Pogler to the inside of Logan. Able to grab the lead through 3 and 4. 1 lap down. It's Pogler, Logan. Battle for third. Give it to the 87 of Maya Briggs. Side by side for fourth. It's Bo Funk on the inside. Clancy stuck out on the high side. Those two cars make contact coming out of turn 4. Now the cars settle into a single file formation. 3 laps down this time for Pogler. And Maya Briggs now moves into second. And Blake Clancy with a run to the inside down the back stretch. Clancy goes, passes 2 cars down the back stretch. He moves into third. As we'll go halfway home, 5 laps down, 5 to go for Pogler. With Briggs and Clancy chasing there, running second and third. Bo Funk still in contention in fourth. As Aiden Logan starting to fall off the pace now in that 45L cart. Briggs and Clancy are coming. Pogler seeing her lead shrink every lap. Here comes Clancy to the inside of Briggs. Blake Clancy's going to drift up high, coming out of turn 2 and lose that spot. Now he's going to lose third to Funk. Briggs closing in on the race leader, Macy Pogler. White flag flying this time. Challenge for the lead down the front stretch. Contact. Pogler able to shut the door on Briggs. Down the backstretch for the final time. Big drive from both fronts. Here they come to a checkered. And it's Macy Pogler with the win. Briggs second, Funk third, Clancy fourth, Logan fifth. Up next, the Junior Predator class. 6 entries today for the Junior Predators, presented by 3S Trucking. Here's your lineup for this 10-lap heat race. Starting on the pole from Lamar's, Iowa, driving the Tritz Racing, number 3, Bowden Tritz. On the outside of row number 1, a driver from Boyden, Iowa. He was the Rookie Predator Bullring Nationals champion last season, making his first Bullring National start in the Junior Predators. From Boyden, Iowa, driving the ZBK Enterprises, number 37T, Tony Schwabach. Inside of row number 2 from Granville, Iowa, driving the Main Street Trikes and Bikes, number 3A is Avery Kellen. To her outside from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the Jim Stewart Service, number 43, Weston Johnson. Fifth on the grid from Morris, Iowa, driving the MX numbers, number 31 is Isaac Holstein. And on the outside of row number 3 from Melvin, Iowa, driving the SK Repair, number 21 CC is Carter Clancy. Green is out for the Junior Predators. Clancy over the blister, got a little bit of air time in 1 and 2. Everybody's clean and green through the first lap, and it's way back to the early lead. Cart single file. First to third. Now here comes Clancy to the inside of Tritz, able to make the pass into turn 3. Out in front, it's Bill Schwabach. His lead about 1 cart length over the 31 of Holstein. Right there in third, the 43 of Weston Johnson. He's on the back bumper of Holstein as those 3 carts roll out of turn 2. Clancy's trying to reel them both in. He's certainly in the fourth spot, with Tritz running 5th and Kellen in the 6th position. Your top 3 carts nose to tail under the flag stand. They'll go trouble in turn 2. Avery Kellen spins to a stop at the bottom of turn 2, bringing out the first yellow flag of this Junior Predator heat race, presented by 3S Trucking. Green-white checkered finish upcoming here. Tony Schwabach will lead Holstein, Johnson, Clancy, Tripp, and Kellen back to green. Big drive coming out of 2 for Holstein. Here's a run to the inside of Schwabach. He'll take the lead into turn 3. Here comes Weston Johnson. Weston Johnson goes from third to first, but here comes Holstein back to his inside. As Clancy pulls off into the infield, white flag is out for Isaac Holstein. Last lap to make a pass, Johnson and Schwabach following Holstein out of turn 4 to the checkered Isaac Holstein, the win Junior Predator heat race, number 1. Johnson second, Schwabach third, Tritz fourth, typical to 3-8 of Avery Kellen, 6 to 21 CC of Carter Clancy. Up next is the R-Box Pro Heat Race presented by Bull Speed Stable. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole from Holstein, Iowa, driving the right agency, number 0, Trinity Stevenson. On the outside of row 1 from Grimes, Iowa, driving the Ballard Inc., number 7, Levi Ballard. Starting third from Burton, Iowa, driving the Wrightsville excavating, number 5R is Rylan Wrightsville, who is outside from Lakefield, Minnesota, driving the Bull Speed Stable, 12 gauge, it's Gates Delgado. In the fifth starting position from Rock Rapids, Iowa, jumping in the first quarter, number 2R is Regan Gracing. And starting sixth from Little Rock, the Steelman excavating number 10 of Lincoln crossed the door. Side by side, they race out of turn 2. Trinity Stevenson will lead lap 1, right to the inside of Ballard for second, trying to bring Delgado with him. Into the back of Delgado, able to keep it going, but he'll lose first spot to Gracing. Here comes Crossover now, looking to catch him in the top 5. He's side by side with Delgado to that first position. Back out in front, 4 laps down for Trinity Stevenson. Right to second, Ballard third, here comes Ballard with a run down the back stretch. Looking for second, he's got an inside run on right there. He's able to make the pass coming down to third. Levi Ballard in the second. And now Ballard closing in on the race leader, Trinity Stevenson, as they roll through turns 1 and 2. The terminal line this time, 7 laps down, 3 to go for Stevenson. Ballard all over the back bumper. Right for running third, then it's Crossover, racing in Delgado. Ballard with a great drive coming in for 2. New leader, Levi Ballard, the front of the race, trouble on the backstretch. Red flag for Pete Delgado. Driver is okay, Gage Delgado in the backstretch. Delgado, the newly crowned Hardbox Pro Track champion here at Plessis Motor Speedway, got to that backstretch wall earlier in the heat race, able to keep it going, but that time hit it a little bit too hard, turned that car sideways, and it kind of rolled down the backstretch banking. Able to continue there, so Delgado will tag the rear. We'll go green-white checkered finish to close out this Hardbox heat race, presented by Bull Speed Stable. Levi Ballard, the driver making his Plessis Motor Speedway debut today from Grimes, Iowa, in that Ballard Inc. number 7 cart. Winner of multiple races all over the state of Iowa and into Illinois even. Today he's looking for his first ever Bullring National Championship belt. He'll lead Trinity Stevenson and Ryland right foot back to green. Green white checker finish at turn. One to go for Ballard. Able to put a 7/10 of a second gap on Stevenson as they work the final lap of the race. Checkered out now, Levi Ballard will win. Stevenson second, right to third. Then cross the board, Grayson and Delgado. Up next, the Junior 1 class, presented by Sue Body Shop. 9 entries today for the Junior 1 division, so we'll have 2 different heats. Heat 1, 10 laps in distance, lines up like this, starting on the pole from Primgar, Iowa. We're driving the Logan Toy Shop, number 24R, Ryder Logan. On the outside of row 1 from Algona, Iowa, driving the U-Test Racing, KWE 11Z, Zachary Woodford. Starting in the third position from Canton, South Dakota, driving the Drew Racing Engine, TR Repair, number 71L. He's the kid from Canton, Leroy Rouse. He was outside from Primgar, Iowa, driving the Fred's Plumbing and Heating, number 12, Dayton Van Beek. And starting in the fifth position from St. Cloud, Minnesota, driving the G1 kart wash number 10, Owen Hendricks. Junior ones are off and racing. And Owen Hendricks with the move from fifth, he'll lead lap number 1. Battle for second as Woodford gets the inside of Rouse, able to make the pass coming out of turn 2. Your leader, driver from St. Cloud, Minnesota, he'll lead lap number 2. It's Owen Hendricks. Woodford second, followed by Ralph, Van Beek, and Logan. Hendricks has about a 5-kart length lead over Woodford in second, and it's nose to tail from second on back between Woodford, Ralph, and Van Beek. Ryder Logan a bit off the pace in that 24R kart. A little bit of contact there between Ralph and Woodford, sends the 11Z kart a little bit loose into turns 1 and 2. As those karts slowly start to creep forward toward the leader. Hendricks lead about 1 kart length now with 1 lap to go. Ralph to the inside of Woodford, able to make the pass through 1 and 2. Nobody's going to catch your leader though. Here he comes to the line. Oh, and Hendricks wins junior heat race number 1. Ralph second, Woodford third, Van Beek fourth, and fifth will go to the 24-hour of Ryder Logan. Next up, the second set of junior ones. Starting on the pole for heat race number 2, presented by Sioux Body Shop, is a driver from Sioux Center, Iowa, driving the Double S Construction, number 21, Miles Faber. On the outside of row 1 from Fairmont, Minnesota, driving the Cobalt Trucking, number 66, Kaylor Ekstrom. Row number 2 on the inside from Stanhope, Iowa, driving the S&S Speed Labs, number 32 is Hayden Arnold, and to his outside is S&S Speed Labs stablemate and brother from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Faber and Ekstrom lead them to green. We're racing in Junior 1 heat race number 2. Miles Faber with the lead, gets a bump into turn 1 from the 66 of Ekstrom. Here comes Henry Arnold to the inside of Ekstrom, looking for second. He'll take it, come out of turn 4. Henry Arnold in that 72 now sets his sights on the leader, the 21 of Miles Faber. They're nose to tail down the front stretch with Ekstrom joining that battle. These top 3 carts are nose to tail exiting turn 2. Ekstrom hard into the side of Arnold into turn 1. Yellow flag will come out from that contact there between Ekstrom and Henry Arnold. Five laps down, 5 to go for Miles Faber. He will lead Henry Arnold, Kaylor Ekstrom, and Hayden Arnold back to green. Arnold to the lead now as Faber got shuffled back to third. He'll make a charge back to the inside of Ekstrom for second. Exum with a peek to the inside. He'll have to slot back into third. And now Faber starting to inch closer towards the leader, Henry Arnold. White flag out this time for the driver from Stanhope, Iowa. Faber falls a little bit back there as they work the final lap of this Junior 1 heat race, and Henry Arnold will take the checkers. Miles Faber second, third of the 66 of Ekstrom, rounding out the field in fourth, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. We move now into the Junior 2 class presented today by Agritech. Two different heats of Junior 2 coming up for you. Your pole sitter of heat race number 1, which will go 10 laps in distance, is from Elk Point, South Dakota, driving the Bullring Auto Body, number 84X, Tommy Trudeau. On the outside of row 1 from Little Rock, Iowa, driving the FRC match repair, number 17, Fabian Brun. On the inside of row 2 from the ice cream capital of the world, Mars, Iowa, driving the Davidson Trucking Agritech, number 16, Tavian Schultz, to his outside from Cherokee, Iowa, the reigning and defending Junior 2 Bullring Nationals champion, from the Northside Tire, number 9, Max Pogler. Your second final starter is from Mankato, Minnesota, from the Manderfeld Trucking, number 12, Kyle Manderfeld. Those are your 5 starters going green out of turn 4. So we might be missing a cart out there. So 3 wide into turn 1. Schultz grabs the early lead, and Manderfeld falls him into second. Fabian Schultz throws away Manderfeld second, and Pogler and Trudeau without 4. No change in the running order, so a comfortable lead out there for the 16 of Fabian Schultz. A 2-time Bullring Nationals winner, all in the Junior 1 class, is the driver of that 16 car from Mars, Iowa. Kyle Manderfeld, that number 12, trying to keep pace with Schultz as they roll out of turn 4. Manderfeld closing in, the lead about 2 cart lengths now as they exit turn 2. Manderfeld closing in now. Laps winding down. White flag out for Schultz. 1 to go. Manderfeld right there in second as they hit the final lap. Manderfeld to the inside of Schultz looking for the lead. He'll grab it. Coming out of turn 4. Kyle Manderfeld wins Junior 2 heat race number 1. Schultz second. Pogler third. Fourth will go to the 84X of Trudeau. And credited with fifth, so 7D of Tavian Brun. Heat race number 2 for the Junior 2 class is next on the Speedway, presented by Agritech. Here is your starting lineup. Your pole sitter is from Primgar, Iowa, driving the Don Pearson Ford, number 82J, Jason Logan. On the outside of row 1 from Wilmot, Minnesota, driving the Guidelines Fishing Chargers, number 7S, Braden Schultes. Starting third from Madison Lake, Minnesota, driving the Alliance Insurance Agency, number 113 is Ethan Hagan, and goes outside from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the Planned Province versus number 22 of Aiden Sullivan. 3 wide, they go into turn 1. 3 wide balling for second as they exit turn 4. Aiden Sullivan with the early lead. Logan second, his wrist up high, coming out of turn 2 and lose that runner-up spot to Schultes. And now Ethan Hagan going to work on the 82 floor with Logan. Hagan to the inside, able to get by Logan into turn 1. As we come around, put 4 laps down, your leader, Aiden Sullivan, hanging close, 3 takes back at the 7S of Brady Schultes. Schultes making his first start in the Junior 2 class here at Legislative Speedway and closing in on the 22 of Sullivan. Solstice to the back bumper of Sullivan as they go through turn 3 and 4. 8 laps down and now it's Chase for the lead. Solstice slides into the top spot. Sullivan back to second as Hagen pushes the wall on the back stretch. White flags out. 1 to go for the drivers in Walmart, Minnesota. And here he comes, your Junior 2 heat race winner is Braden Solstice. Aiden Sullivan second, Ethan Hagen third, Haven Logan finishes in fourth. Up next on the Speedway, the Predator class presented by Midwest Metal and T-Cart Speedway. 13 entries today for the Predator class, so we'll have 2 different heat races, the first of which will line up like this. Starting on the pole from Esterville, Iowa, driving the VW Dock number 137, Brad Clark. On the outside of row 1 from Nashville, Tennessee, driving the Blackout Racing, Uncle Frank's number 59, Rick Lehman. Starting the third spot from Boyden, Iowa, driving the 71 Elkhart, it's Addison Brands, to our outside from Sioux Center, driving the UTES Racing number 8 of Eric Faber. Fifth on the grid from Council Bluffs, Iowa, driving the Blackout Racing number 01 is Cameron Childs, goes outside the Field of Ethics number 55 and 7 back. 7 final starters from Trimgar, he's in the 82 card, it's Baron Logan, and the adult Predator class is racing down the back stretch. Addison Brands with the lead coming out of third, and here comes Lehman to the inside. Nick Lehman takes over the lead in turns 1 and 2. And Baron Logan, how about that? Started 7th on the grid up to second, but he was inside goes Cameron Childs. They're going to fly back into third now as Childs overtakes for that second spot. Meanwhile, out in front, Nick Lehman pulling away in that 59 type. Four laps down, it's Rick Lehman with the lead. Childs running second, then Logan, Faber, 7 backgrounds at the top side in front of Clark and Brand. Challenge for third, big bumper from the 8 of Faber to the 82 of Logan. Everybody stays clean and green. Clark, Brad Clark in that 157, able to get by 7 back for the top 5 for first Phoenix. And now it's changed for third. Eric Faber gets by Graham Logan in turn 3 and 4. Right flag out this time for 59 of Nick Lehman. Side by side for that third spot over the displays they go. Here comes your heat race winner, the 59 of Nick Lehman. Traffic jam coming out of turn 4. It'll be Brad Clark sliding into third, I think. We'll get an official result of that heat race shortly. So the results for that Predator heat race have been posted to the My Race Pass app. I don't have enough time to read them off to you now. So here's your lineup for heat race number 2 in the Predator class. Your pole sitter is from Marcus, Iowa, driving cart number 03, Jesse Miller. Who is outside from Morris, Iowa, driving the G-Force Racing Gear number 24, Kenny Holstein. Starting in the third spot from Adel, Iowa, the 99 of Cody Havens, who is outside from Calumet, the 14 of Jordan Wolf. Third row, Daniel Orton, cart number 69, and Mike Barber in the 56X already racing, and Cody Havens grabs the early lead. Miller back to second, then Daniel Orton, Wolf, Barber, and Holstein, the rest of the order. They're going to go nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 4. Higgins continues to show the way in that 99 card. Jesse Miller runs second in the 03. Then Mike Barber with a good run going in the 66. Daniel Lord trying to hold off Jordan Wolf and Kenny Holston for fourth. He's just crossed over the halfway mark. 6 laps down, 4 to go, and now 3 laps remaining for the 99 of Cody Haven. Jordan Wolf into the back stretch wall, and how about that move for second to 56 of Mike Barber. Started slipping, was up into that second spot. 2 to go now. There's that 1 to go. White flag is waiting for the driver from Adel, Iowa, the 99 of Cody Haven. Oh, trouble in turn 4. Red flag. The 69 of Daniel Ord hitting that wall and turning over. Taking on the driver there. The start of the front stretch. Cart landed on top of him. Drivers up, having a round of applause for Daniel Ort, taking that wild ride in turn 4. So the race will be called complete, picking up the win, the 99 of Cody Haven, second the 66 of Mike Barber. Third the 03 of Jesse Miller, fourth the 24 of Kenny Holstein, fifth the 14 of Jordan Wolf, and credited with sixth the 69 of Daniel Ort. Up next, the Clone Heavy class, 17 entries today for the Clone Heavy, so we'll have 3 different heat races, and also a B feature coming up, so passing points is the name of the game in this Clone Heavy class. Heat 1 lines up like this, starting on the pole from Eagle Lake, Minnesota. Driving the Alliance Insurance Agency, number 113, Ryan Kennedy. On the outside of row 1 from Granville, Iowa, driving the Bunker Speed and Supply, number 86, Taylor Hoffmeyer. Starting in the third position from Orange City, Iowa, driving UTES Racing, number 3, Trey UTES. To his outside, starting fourth from Lennox, South Dakota, the Daroon Racing Engine, number 271 of Max Jacobson. Starting fifth from Newton, Iowa, driving the Daroon Racing Engine, 777 is Coach Weber. And to his outside, starting sixth from Watertown, South Dakota, driving the Time's Up Motorsports, number 42, Landon Moser. The first of 3 Clone Heavy heat races is racing into turn 1. 3 wide down the back stretch for fourth. It'll be Trey Utah, the reigning and defending Bullring National Champion at the lead. Cliff Weber in the second, then Jacobson, Hoffmeyer, Moser, and Kennedy. Change to second, they're going to get 3 wide down over the right back. Into the 86 with Taylor Hoffmeyer. Weber settled back into third, right in front of the 271 of Max Jacobson. Now Jacobson on the inside of Weber for third. He'll clear it down the front stretch. field now into those positions. Put Craig Utah out in front by about 2 lengths over the 86 of Hoffmeyer. Third is the 271 of Jacobson, followed by Kurt Weber running up the top 5 as the 32 of Moser. Through the turn to the triple flag, it's Craig Utah by third length over Taylor Hoffmeyer. Jacobson third, Weber fourth, Moser fifth, and finishing in sixth for 113 of Ryan Kennedy. Moving into the second set of flown heavy heat racing next on the Speedway. Your pole sitters from Rapid City, South Dakota. Driving car number 68 is Carter Johannesson. On the outside of row 1 from Fargo, North Dakota, driving the UTES Racing KWE 35, Kevin Weldon. Starting third from Jackson, Minnesota, driving the last check. Cruise Pavement Tools is number 39, Zach Terhoda. And starting in the first spot from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving the Riverside Trailers, number 7, Devin Fitt. Fifth on the grid from Des Moines, Iowa, the SNS Speed Labs, number 41 is Stevie Smith. And your sixth and final starter from Pindar, Iowa, driving the Bullring Racing Engines, number 77, Josh Van Beek. We're off and racing into turn 1. It's a good start from Kevin Weldon, able to grab the lead. As Johannesson got stuck out on the high side there, he'll get triple back in the first. One lap down, it's Weldon, Terhoda, Smith, Johannesson, Brooks, and Van Beek. Terhoda now looking inside of Weldon. Can't make the pass in the turn 3. Your top 3 starts from North Tail into turn 1. Weldon holding on to the top stop, and he's got Jack Terhoda and Stevie Smith right on his bumper. Terhoda on the line into turn 1. Side by side for the lead. They're side by side. It's Terhoda on the inside. Will takes the lead coming out of turn 4. Weldon able to get back into second. Smith on the third. And there's Josh Van Beek moving up in the third. 7, 4, 6, and rounding up the 7, 6. This is 16 of Johannesson. Back at the front. Terhoda by about 4 lengths now. Smith made a little bit of contact there with Weldon looking for second. Couldn't make the pass. The white flag waving for Jack Terhoda. He pulls a comfortable lead down the back to go for the final time. Smith to the side of Weldon as Jack Terhoda will win heat race number 2, presented by UTES Racing. Weldon holds on for second in front of Stevie Smith. And then I think Josh Van Beek, let me check here the official. Third and final Clone Heavy heat race is next on the Speedway. Starting on the pole, the driver from Wilmer, Minnesota, driving the Apex Graphics, number 29, Tyler Wortman. On the outside of row 1 from Sioux Center, driving the Sioux Body Shop, number 59, Ethan Bethune. Inside of row number 2 from Orange City, Iowa, driving the UTES Racing, KWE number 2K is Casey UTES, who's outside, driving from Rapid City, South Dakota. Driving the public safety equipment company number 88 is Emily Price, and your second final starter from Helena, Iowa, in the Bullring Racing Engine number 37, that's Dylan Weber, already racing out of turn 2. Here's the Cone Heavy heat race number 3. Wortman will lead lap 1. UTES up in the second, side by side for third. Bethune on the inside, and will take that spot away from Dylan Weber. Top 5 of Weber, UTES, Wortman with lead. UTES comes back under the UTES. Trying to go roll out of the corner. Then find a run around that 29 of Wortman. Tyler Wortman able to hold him off the pit pie coming out of the corner that time. Hayden Euclid slowly. Wortman stuck on the high side. He's going to lose second here to Plessis. He's winning. He'll fall back into fourth. Nearly into the front stretch. Walker for 29 and Tyler Wortman. Right side waiting for your new leader, the 2K of Hayden Euclid. Plessis running second. A little bit too far back to make a move as they work through and fourth for the final time. Hayden Euclid will win heat race number 3. Plessis second, Turn Weber third. Fourth will be the 29 of Tyler Wortman. And fifth, the 88 of Emily Price. Next class on the Speedway, the BP Wing class, presented by Haugen Heating and Air Conditioning. 12 entries today, so 2 different heats for you. Lining up on the pole of heat race number 1, a driver from Burt, Iowa, driving the law officers with Tess Wrightsell, number 5L, Leah Wrightsell. On the outside of rail 1 from Anthony, Iowa, driving the Ballard Inc. number 777, it's Jake Ballard. Starting first from Lakefield, Minnesota, driving the Bull Speed Table 06K, it's Rayson Payson Jones into his outside. Starting first from Little Rock, Iowa, the Steelman Excavating, number 28 of Trail Across the Door. Starting the first start from St. Cloud, Minnesota, driving the worldwide hydraulics number 10 of Owen Henrich, and your sixth and final starting from Glenwood, Minnesota, the Marthower February 87 of Vincent Marthower. Leah right to the lead lap 1, Drake Ballard in the second. Vincent Marthower taking the highway around that, so turns 1 and 2, he'll lose the pit spot to Henrich. Challenge for them. Drake Ballard to the side of Rachel. Side by side, and now Drake Ballard to the point. Rachel back to second. Challenge for the third position as Henrich goes to the inside of the 28 of Fosterville. Owen Henrich is right number 10. Now sizing in the third time down in fourth place running Payson Jones. As Fosterville off the first down the front stretch. First quarter of the infield. And I think we will go caution. Yes, caution flag will fly on the Speedway. 28 of Paul Fosterville is supposed to stop near the start-finish line. Green-white checkered finish upcoming to close out this BP Wing heat race number 1. Drake Ballard will lead them back to green. We're back underway. Maybe more than 2 laps remaining as we came back to green. Looks like a 2-lap signal shown this time for the driver from Ankeny, Iowa, the 777 of Drake Ballard. Will lead Leah Wright for Payson Jones battle for that third spot. Owen Henrich trying to find a way around into the structure car, flipping red flag. Owen Henrich. Drivers climbing out of the cart, ladies and gentlemen. Owen Hendricks. Still checking on the driver there from St. Cloud, Minnesota, joining us today here at Plessis. So the Worldwide Hydraulics number 10 of Owen Hendricks exit the Speedway. So there's 8 laps down, 2 to go for this BP Wing heat race, the first of 2 this evening. Green white checkered finish to close out BP Wing heat race number 1. Drake Ballard in the 777 will lead Leo Wrightfield, Casey Jones, Vincent Marnthaler, and Caleb Klosterboer back to green. Final trip around the Speedway. The driver from Anthony, Iowa. Here he comes out of turn 4. Checker flag is waving, and Drake Ballard will win BP Wing heat race number 1. Wrightfield second, Jones third, Marnthaler fourth, Klosterboer fifth. Second set of BP Wings next on the Speedway, presented by Haugen Heating and Air Conditioning. Here is your starting lineup. On the pole from Wheeler, Wisconsin, driving the Jeff's machine, number 99, Bentley Halepka. Outside of row 1, driver from Jefferson, Iowa, driving the Heartland Steel, number 25, RM, Ryder Murphy. Third on the grid from Harrisburg, South Dakota, driving the Haugen Heating and Air Conditioning. Celebrate Community Church, number 4C, Caleb Haugen. And goes outside from Dakota Dunes, South Dakota. Driving the Jim's I-29 Lounge and Casino, number 18, Draylon Connell. Starting 5th on the grid from Harrisburg, South Dakota, driving the Haugen Heating and Air Conditioning. Celebrate Community Church, number 4 is Micah Haugen. And your 6th and final starter is from Canton, South Dakota. Driving the Aaron's Heating and Cooling, number 11, Carter High School. We understand they got the live stream up on the big screen down at Jim's I-29 Lounge and Casino in Sioux City. So hello to all you race fans watching along on YouTube. Very rooting interest in this race starts outside of row 2 at the 18 of Draylon Connell. On the pole, though, the Bullring Nationals champion last year in the R-Box class, Bentley Halupka. Driver from Wheeler, Wisconsin. He's on the pole alongside the 25 RM of Ryder Murphy. Caleb Haugen, Jalen Connell in row 2. Micah Haugen and Carter Heisel in row 3. Green's out for Bentley Halupka. He'll lead him out of turn 2. Carter Heisel immediately going to work their contract there between Connell and Micah Haugen in turn 4. Bentley Halupka driving away from the rest of the field. He leads lap number 2. Battle on the Speedway is for second between the 4-2 of Caleb Haugen and the 11 of Heisel. Ryder Murphy slides up off of turn 4. That'll bring Micah Haugen right to the back bumper of that car. Contact there for second. Heisel can't find a way around the 4-2 of Caleb Haugen. Meanwhile, Micah Haugen trying to find a line around the 25 of Ryder Murphy. Murphy just high coming out of turn 2. And there goes Haugen to the inside of Murphy for fourth. Bentley Halupka continuing to show the way out in front as Heisel can't find that run. He needs to get by the 4-2 of Haugen. Here's the second flag, picking up the win to 99 of Bentley Halupka. Caleb Haugen second, Carter Heisel third. Possibly the third, Micah Haugen fifth, the 25 RM of Ryder Murphy, and sixth goes the 18 of Jalen Connell. Our final heat race of the evening, race fans, is in the hooligan class presented by Underberg Lawn Service. This is kind of a Plessis Motor Speedway special attraction class. It's invite only. You have to be invited by someone on the Logan Racing team in order to compete in this class. Also, no cautions. This race will go green to checkered without any cautions for any spin-outs or anything that might happen on the speedway. So, highly dangerous stuff, but these guys just do it for fun. Of course, today they're racing for a championship belt, though. Here's your lineup for this hooligan heat race. With Plessis from Primgar, Iowa, the 58 of Derek Logan. He's able to make the call after flipping in hot laps. Who's outside the 91 of Adam Hibbing, also from Polina, Iowa. Starting third, the 80 of Josh Logan, alongside the 824 of Darren Logan. This is the 3 of John Wolf. He's the defending Bullring Nationals champion. Eric Clancy in the 212. Alex Logan in cut number 90. Jordan Wolf in the 14. Taylor Hoffmeyer in cut 86. And what is this? A caution in the hooligan class. The corner flagman David Bristow running up, and a piece of the front stretch wall has been knocked loose. So a little bit of fence repair going on. Of course, that fence has seen quite a bit of damage already tonight. This hooligan class, a Plessis Motor Speedway specialty. You're not going to find anything like it anywhere in the country. There's a traveling trophy also that we give out to the feature winner. The Dylan Logan Memorial Cup. I'm trying to remember who won it 3 weeks ago at the season championship night, and it's kind of escaping my mind. Normally there's also a gimmick in every feature race. I'm not sure what the feature will look like tonight. We've had them racing in opposite directions. We've had starts where the drivers have to run on their feet halfway across the speedway to get in their karts and start. There's just been a lot of creativity along with this class, and once again, it's all for fun. A lot of these guys don't really care where they finish. Of course, though, tonight, championship belt is on the line. Last year it was John Wolf. He's driving kart number 3 tonight. He was the Hooligan Bullring Nationals champion 1 year ago. So we'll try to get through this final heat race before making the rest of those repairs to the front stretch fence. We're back underway. The 90 of Alex Logan got turned sideways into turn 1. We stay green, and it's Derek Logan in that pink 58 with the lead. Side by side for second. John Wolf in car number 3, able to take that spot away from the 80 of Josh Logan. Adam Hibbing runs fourth. Then Eric Clancy, Taylor Hoffmeyer. He's going to take sixth away from the 824 of Darren Logan. Derek Logan unchallenged out in the front. John Wolf has established himself in second, but here comes the 84 of Taylor Hoffmeyer. Trouble in turns 3 and 4. The 80 of Josh Logan got spun around. Two to go for your leader. That pink 58 card of Derek Logan works the back test from the final time is lead a comfortable one over Taylor Hoffmeyer, and Derek Logan will win Hooligan Heat Race number 1. Hoffmeyer second, Wolf third, and I think Clancy third, and Darren Logan rounds out the top 5 unofficially. Well, race fans, that will do it for heat racing action here at the 7th Annual Bullring Nationals. We'll take a short intermission now before we have our Clone Heavy B feature. The only B feature we will run this evening is in the Clone Heavy class. We'll get that lineup calculated and posted shortly. Of course, you'll find out about it first on the My Race Pass app. Always handy to have the My Race Pass app handy at the racetrack. All the lineups, results, live scoring, all calculated using that My Race Pass app. So that lineup will be calculated shortly, and after this short intermission, we will run that B feature, and then maybe another short, quick break so that everybody can catch their breath, and then we'll get going for feature racing here at Plessis Motor Speedway for the 7th Annual Bullring Nationals. Thanks to everybody for coming out and taking in this racing spectacle with us here. It's a race that's really kind of become a crown jewel in the Midwestern go-kart season. We're so happy you could join us here in person and also watching live on YouTube, the JTR Practical Solutions YouTube channel. So short intermission, then we'll run that B feature for Clone Heavy, another short break, and then we'll go feature racing. Once again, thanks again for coming out.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MRP today. Download now for free in Google Play or the Apple App Store.
Hey, well, we got a little pause for the cause here. We want to thank again Stevenson Hardware and Sauer Trucking for making it possible to live broadcast today, the 7th annual Bullring Nationals here at Plessis Motor Speedway. We also want to thank Jesse James Construction, Bull's Speed Stable, Wooley's Repair, Sub Body Shop, Tyson's Food, Utesh Racing, and I always pronounce this wrong and I apologize once again, Cibisma Graphics, Motorsports Wraps, Decals and Graphics, Sanborn, Iowa. Thank you, everybody. It's really, really, really great that they're doing this. We got a lot of people watching on YouTube. We even got some people at a casino, at a bar and casino, watching our live stream. Thank you, all of you, for watching. And we were taking a pause for the cause in between. We'll be starting the features here shortly. They're doing a little track maintenance right now. Get a chance, go check us out on all these social media platforms that were just aired up there, and like, follow us, and check it out, and we really appreciate it.
Attention in the pit area, the B feature lineup has been posted for Clone Heavy on My Race Pass. You can find that B feature lineup. 7 carts will take the top 2 and have them transfer into the A. It's going to be a 15-lap B feature in Clone Heavy. It has been posted to My Race Pass. Will you be able to find it there? Otherwise, we'll post it shortly behind the old sign-in shed over by the starting grid. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. First call for the Clone Heavy B feature. Please start making your way over toward the starting grid. 7 carts that are running the Clone Heavy B feature. Please start making your way toward the starting grid so we can run that B feature and get on with our evening. 15 laps is the distance for this Clone Heavy B feature. Taking the top 2, and the Clone Heavy A main will start with 12 carts. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Last call for the Clone Heavy B feature. That's Kirk Weber, Landon Moser, Tyler Wortman, Devin Viss, Emily Price, Ryan Kennedy, and Carter Johannesson. Your participants in the Clone Heavy B feature. Please start making your way toward the grid so we can get going with that B feature. Thank you. Carts are lining up on the grid. Here is your lineup for this Clone Heavy B feature. 15 laps in distance, and only the top two will transfer on into the Bullring Nationals A main. Starting on the pole is a driver that won the Big Chief Maxis race at Waukene Speedway in Kansas earlier this season. He drives the Daroon Racing engines. Number 777 from Newton, Iowa, Kirk Weber. On the outside of row one, many have referred to him as the B-Main Bandit. He's from Watertown, South Dakota, driving the Time's Up Motorsports, number 42, Landon Mosier. Rolling off from the inside of row number 2 from Wilmer, Minnesota, driving the Apex Graphics, number 29, Tyler Wortman. And to his outside, starting fourth from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving the Riverside Trailers, number 7, Devin Viss. Fifth on the grid, a driver from Rapid City, South Dakota, driving the Public Safety Equipment Company, number 88, Emily Price. And on the outside of row number 3, starting sixth, a driver from the Eagle Lake, Minnesota, driving the Alliance Insurance Agency, number 113, Ryan Kennedy. Your seventh and final starter on the grid is from Rapid City, South Dakota, driving the Johannesson Racing, number 68, Carter Johannesson. Here's your Clone Heavies on the Speedway. Kirk Weber leading him on, driver that definitely didn't expect to find himself in a B feature. He'll start this one from the pole, 15 laps. Top two will transfer to his outside, Landon Mosier, driver from Watertown, South Dakota, in that 42 cart. Row 2, Tyler Wortman on the inside, Devin Viss in cart number 7 to his outside. Emily Price and Ryan Kennedy in row 3, Carter Johannesson in row 4. Carts connected coming to green there. It's the 7 of Viss and the 42 of Mosier who stay under the yellow flag. .50 laps is the distance for the Clone Heavy A main. These drivers got to go 15 and finish in the top two. Kirk Weber, Landon Mosier lead them to green. We're underway in the Clone Heavy B feature presented by UTES Racing. Mosier and Viss together again in turn 4. Those two carts way off the pace now as Kirk Weber comes on to put 2 laps down. Wortman running second. Here comes Emily Price for the final transfer. Can't make the pass on Wortman down the backstretch. Oh, trouble! Red flag. Cart flipping down the front stretch. Red flag. Driver is up and walking away. It's the 68 of Carter Johannesson. We're checking on driver now, able to escape the cart. Let's see. Looks like the driver is okay. That's Carter Johannesson, reeling that 68 cart off the speedway. Driver that made the long drive out here from Rapid City, South Dakota. Cart's rolling on the speedway there after checking on the 7 of Devin Viss. That kart sustaining some damage in the opening laps of this Clone Heavy B feature. So 6 karts remain on the speedway, once again only taking the top 2. Possibly 3 laps down, still 12 to go. Kirk Weber leads them back to green. Wortman able to stay right with him here as there's a challenge for third. Ryan Kennedy the inside of Emily Price, able to make the pass. 2, 3, and 4. Here comes Landon Mosier now. Wortman looks high coming out of turn 2, loses ground on the leader. Still about 4 kart lengths now between Wortman and third place running Ryan Kennedy. Kennedy in the 113, out of a transfer spot as they sit, but trying to close in on that second place running Tyler Wortman car. Wortman, a single kart length separates himself as Devin Viss hits the front stretch wall. Emily Price slowing to a stop down the front stretch, brings out the yellow flag. Just as the battle was getting good for the final transfer spot, we go under the yellow flag. Ten laps down, 5 to go, and 5 karts remain rolling on the speedway. Kirk Weber's led every lap so far. He's been comfortable out in front. Tyler Wortman, though, trying to hold on to the final transfer in that kart number 29. And knocking on the door, the 113 of Ryan Kennedy, the 42 of Landon Mosier, and the 7 of Devin Viss. 5 laps to settle it. Who's going to make the A main? Kennedy the inside of Wortman. He's still looking the inside into turn 3. Can't make the move, but he'll get a drive coming out of fourth. Wortman hits the wall. And Ryan Kennedy slides into the final transfer spot. Karts spreading out on the speedway now. White flag waving for Kirk Weber. Down the backstretch for the final time. Checkered flag is out. Kirk Weber will win the B main. And joining him in the A is the 113 of Ryan Kennedy. Tyler Wortman third. Devin Viss fourth. Landon Mosier fifth. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now feature time at the 7th annual Bullring Nationals. Rolling onto the speedway is our first of 2 beginner A mains presented by Kirk Weber Racing. Starting on the pole for this feature race, from Paulina, Iowa, driving the Ort Farms Racing, number 6 D8 Daily Ort. On the outside of row 1 from George, Iowa, driving the Van Voorst Trucking, number 17V Jayla Van Voorst. Inside of row number 2, driver from Merrill, Iowa, driving the Northern Lights J&J Transfer, number 7R Camry Rolfes. On the outside of row number 2, starting 4th from Archer, Iowa, driving the Datsun Tiling, number 82K Cora Landheis. And starting 5th, driver making his Plessis Motor Speedway debut, driving the Hibbing Racing, number 67, it's Owen Hibbing. is out and the features are underway at the Bullring Nationals. Bailey Ort leads lap 1 with Camry Rolfes running second, and Jayla Van Voorst, Tora Landhuis, and Owen Hibbing rounding out the top 5. Leaders approaching lap traffic now into turn 1. Bailey Ort going around the high side. Here comes Camry Rolfes looking for the lead. Those two carts going into turn 3. Ort sets sail on the high side, able to get by the 67 of Hibbing. Drifts high, coming out of the corner, spinning out. Luckily avoiding heavy contact there is the 68 of Bailey Ort. Green flag still out. Camry Rolfes now into the lead in that blue 7R cart, I think. Or is it the 17V? 17V, it's Van Voorst out in front. Bailey Ort able to rebound and now chasing down the 7R of Rolfes, looking for second. As your leader, the 17V of Van Voorst exits turn 2. Trouble in turn 2 now. It's the 68 of Ort spinning, bringing out the yellow flag. Just short of halfway in this first of 2 beginner A mains. 7 laps down, 8 to go. It's Jayla Van Voorst in the 17V with the lead. Like a double file restart here with the 7R of Camry Rolfes starting on the outside of row 1. And Cora Landhuis and Bailey Ort in row 2. Owen Hibbing in row 3. We're back underway. 8 laps to go in beginner A main, 1 of 2. No change in the running order. It's still Van Voorst, Rolfes, Ort, Landhuis, and Hibbing. 2 to go for Jayla Van Voorst. Driver from Georgia, Iowa, making her first ever start here at Plessis Motor Speedway. White flag is out for the driver of the Van Voorst Trucking 17V. Down the back stretch she'll go for the final time. Rolling through 3 and 4. Checkered is out for Jayla Van Voorst. Trouble in turn 4 for Ort. That cart's spinning while running third. Down in victory lane is your Bullring Nationals winner, the 82K of Cora Landheis. And down in victory lane for the very first time this season is your beginner Bullring Nationals champion from Georgia, Iowa, Jayla Van Voorst. And now rolling into victory lane from Paulina, Iowa, she pilots cart number 68, it's Daily Ort. Down in victory lane is your Bullring Nationals champion from Merrill, Iowa, the 7R of Camry Rolfes. And now a driver making his first ever appearance in Plessis Motors victory lane. He's from Paulina, Iowa. How about a round of applause for Owen Hibbing? Ladies and gentlemen, next up, the second beginner A main of the evening. 15 laps the distance to crown a Bullring Nationals champion. Starting on the pole, a driver from Lamar's, Iowa. He pilots the Backer Sports Bar Davison Trucking, number 59. It's Scooter Mason Schultz. Outside of row one, from Paulina, Iowa, driving the Ort Racing, number 69, Daxton Ort. Rolling off in the third starting spot from Renwick, Iowa. Driving the Grandpa's Money, number 75, Hudson Duncan. To the outside of row number two, driving from Lenox, South Dakota, driving the Daroon Racing Engines, number 32, Wyatt Jacobson. Third row on the inside from George, Iowa, driving the Van Voorst Trucking, number 57, the Jaden Van Voorst. And starting sixth, outside of row number three from Sanborn, driving the frame to finish, Pops tackle number 14, Landon Baker. Side by side for the lead down the backstretch. They're still fighting for the top spot. It's Ort by a nose. Here comes Schultz powering around on the outside. Daxton Ort, though, now moves into the lead. Schultz running second. Now Schultz with a run down the front stretch. Into turn one, new leader Mason Schultz. He'll drift high coming out of the corner, but able to maintain the lead. Under the flag stand they go with Schultz, Ort, Duncan, Jacobson, Baker, and Van Voorst. Jacobson working the high side of Duncan. I think that is the battle for third. Duncan able to hold him off on the bottom. Schultz now catching left traffic out of turn 2. Schultz trying to find a way around the 57V of Van Borst. He has a run to the inside into turn 3, able to make the pass. Daxton Ort about a straightaway back in second. Running third for 32 of Jacobson. Then Duncan, Baker, and Van Borst your top 6. White flag out, 1 to go for the 59 of Mason Schultz. His lead a comfortable one as he rolls through 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered out, and Mason Schultz wins the Bullring Nationals. Daxton Ort second, Wyatt Jacobson third. Fourth will go to the 75 of Hudson Duncan. Fifth, the 14 of Landon Baker. Sixth, the 57V of Jaden Van Voorst. Every participant in the beginner class gets a victory lane photo. Rolling into victory lane from Lamar's, Iowa. He's your Bullring Nationals champion in the beginner class. How about it for Scooter? Mason Schultz. And now down in victory lane is a driver from Polina, Iowa. He pilots the 6D9. It's Daxton Ort. Now rolling into victory lane is a driver all the way from Lenox, South Dakota. How about a round of applause for your Bullring Nationals winner, the 32 of Wyatt Jacobson. And now down in victory lane from Renwick, Iowa, is the driver of the 75 cart. How about a round of applause for Hustlin' Hudson Duncan? Rolling into victory lane from Sanborn, Iowa, is the driver of the number 14 cart, Landon Baker. And how about one more round of applause for this driver from George, Iowa, in the 57V, Jaden Van Voorst. Ladies and gentlemen, it has now come time for the R-Box A main presented by Drost Racing. 30 laps is the distance with a halfway caution set to fly around lap 15. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole from Holstein, Iowa, driving the Stevenson Hardware number 87, Connor Stevenson. On the outside of row 1 from Little Rock, Iowa, driving the QualityFreightRate.com, My Race Pass number 23, he's the Little Rock Rocket, Matthew Lloyd. Inside of row number 2 from Canton, South Dakota, driving the Aaron's Heating and Cooling, number 10, Colin Heistel. To his outside from Grimes, Iowa, driving the Ballard Inc., number 7, Levi Ballard. Starting fifth on the grid from Greenville, Iowa, driving the Fairchild Farms, number 52, Elsie Fairchild. To her outside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving cart number 2 is Case Holmes. Rolling off in the 7th spot from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving cart number 1R is River Gracing. In the 8th starting spot from Little Rock, the P7, Brunson Bruns. 9th is the 22 of Grant Heckman. It's a caution on the Speedway, so starting in the 9th starting position from Bakersfield, California, driving the Elite Signs, number 22X is Grant Heckman. To his outside from Jefferson, Iowa, driving the Heartland Steel number 19, Chase Murphy. Rolling off in the 11th starting position from Dakota Dunes, South Dakota, driving the Jim's I-29 Lounge Casino, number 29, Daxton Patras. And your 12th starter on the grid is from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the Jim Sewer Service, number 5, Dakota Schlepp. And we have an announcement to make race fans. Rapid Speedway is offering $100 to win. Any driver from Rock Rapids tonight that can win their feature race will get $100 thanks to Rapid Speedway. So a little bonus money on the line for those racing from Rock Rapids. I know we got a couple of them in this race, including the 2, Case Holmes, as well as the 1R of River Gracing. Those carts have an extra $100 on the line if they can win. Thanks to Rapid Speedway, Rock Rapids, South Dakota, Rock Rapids, Iowa, excuse me. We'll go green next time by, still 0 laps complete. 30 remain. Connor Stevenson, the newly crowned track champion here at Plessis Motor Speedway, on the pole alongside Matthew Lloyd. We are green out of turn 4. To the inside goes Colin Heistel. He'll look for the lead into turn 3 as a cart goes through the infield to 52 of Fairchild. We stay green. No, yellow flag. 1 lap down, still 29 to go in this R-Box feature race presented by Drost Racing. It's Collin High School in cart number 10, leading Connor Stevenson and Levi Ballard back to green. We're waving it, green to go. Runs to the outside of Lloyd into turn 1. Can't make the pass work on the high side. Now Brun's able to get by Lloyd that time. He moves into the 4th spot as Levi Ballard slides by Stevenson for 2nd. And now he'll set his sights on the leader, the 10 of Collin High School. 5 cart into the infield, that's Dakota Schless. We stay green, back out in front. Ballard has caught High School. Challenges for the lead out of turn 4. High School approaching lap traffic now. LC Fairchild right in his crosshairs. Here comes Ballard to the high side. Side by side, 2-3, and falls for the lead. Ballard with a nose on front. Contact there with the lap cart. 52 gets spun around by High School as they were battling for the lead. Yellow flag flies in this R-Box A main. Will go green next time by. Levi Ballard able to make the pass around High School on the high side. He will have the lead when we go back to green next time by in that 7 cart. Restarting second, the 87 of Connor Stevenson, and Bronson Brun third, Matthew Lloyd in 4th. Case Holmes rounds out the top 5 in cart number 2. Grant Heckman in the 22 cart up into 6th. Behind him, the 1R of River Racing, the 29 of Jackson Patraz, the 19 of Murphy. Then it's the 10 of High School, the 52 of Fairchild, and the 5 of Schlepp. 8 laps down, 7 to go until the halfway point. Ballard putting on a dominating performance out in front, watching that battle for second between Stevenson and Brun. Matthew Lloyd's got a good run going in the 4th position, and now Grant Heckman trying to break into the top 5. He's got to get around the 2 of Case Holmes. Keep an eye on that 10. Collin High School, a driver that's got multiple feature wins in the R-Box class this season, having to work his way back up through the field. Still plenty of time to go. We're still short of the halfway mark as High School looks to the inside of Graping. Can't make the pass. Trouble in turns 1 and 2. It's the 5 of Schlepp spinning in turns 1 and 2, bringing out the yellow flag. Looks like 13 laps down. 2 laps away from the halfway caution. Ever since Levi Ballard has grabbed the lead, he's been in a dominant spot, but he'll start right in front of the 87, Connor Stevenson, a driver that picked up a feature win on race day number 7 this season. He'll restart on Ballard's bumper, restarting third, the B7 of Bronson Bruns. Back to green. Looks like the halfway signal has been shown, and now the caution is out. We've reached the halfway mark of this R-Box feature presented by Dross Racing. Pit stops upcoming, so crews get ready. 3 minutes is on the clock once these carts get stopped on the front stretch. All right, carts have stopped. Let's get the crews onto the speedway. Three minutes is all the time they get. It's just minor adjustments allowed on the carts, mainly air pressures in the tire, and adding fuel to the carts if that is required. Also, driver refreshment is also allowed, so 30 laps is quite a couple times to go around the speedway. Also, carts that are 1 lap down will be asked to leave the speedway. And we'll go green on the final 15 laps of this R-Box A main. Levi Ballard in that car, number 7 from Grimes, Iowa, started 4th on the grid and quickly grabbed the lead. He'll restart from the point in front of the 87, Connor Stevenson, the track champion. So Stevenson will restart 2nd. 3rd in the running order, the B7 of Bronson Bruns. He picked up his first feature win of the season on season championship night 3 weeks ago here at Plessis Motor Speedway. Bruns started in the 8th starting spot, now he's up to 3rd. Matthew Lloyd in that 23 karts, making his first ever start in the Bullring Nationals. Got himself a top 5 run going. And rounding out the top 5, Case Holmes, driver out of Rock Rapids. As I mentioned, $100 offered to any Rock Rapids driver that's able to win their feature race tonight, thanks to Rapid Speedway for providing that extra bonus money. Fire them up. 3 minutes closing. Going green this time for the final 15 of the Bullring Nationals A main. Levi Ballard leads them back to it. We're back to racing. Ballard, Stevenson, Bruns, Lloyd, Holmes, Heckman, and Heist for the top 7. Then Gracing, Patraz, and Murphy. Ballard pulling away out in front. Still a battle for second between Stevenson and Bruns, and then Matthew Lloyd holding on to fourth in front of Case Holmes, Grant Heckman, and Colin Heistel. Heistel to the inside of Heckman for 6. As Ballard now working lap traffic, will get to the inside of Chase Murphy and now going after the 28 of Jackson Patraz. Ballard able to move by Patraz down the backstretch. Now 2 lap cars between the leaders, Ballard and second place Stevenson. Kart spinning in turn 2. Patraz got some help spinning around there from the 19 of Murphy. We go into the yellow flag once again. "22 laps down, 8 to go in this R-Box A main presented by Drost Racing." Green white checkered finish. We'll go green next time by. Heard the flagman say green, white, checkered finish. I said still 7 laps to go. Brings out the Ballard side by side for second. Stevenson on the inside, runs up top. That opens the door for Colin Heistel. Heistel got sent to the back earlier in this feature, and he's worked his way back up to 4th. Inside 5 laps to go for the driver from Grimes, Iowa. Ballard pulling away down the front stretch. 3-kart battle for second. Currently Stevenson, Bruns, and Heisel battling for that runner-up position. Matthew Lloyd holding on to the top 5 in front of Grant Heckman. As the 2 to go signal is shown. Heavy lap traffic in front of the leader. Ballard able to get by Case Holmes and the 19 of Murphy. He's coming to the white flag. 1 to go, and now kart spinning in turn 4 is the 29 of Patraz. Yellow flag will have a green-white checkered finish as Patraz spun in turn 4. 27 laps down, 3 to go for Levi Ballard. He's been so dominant on his restarts. Maybe he's got one more left in him. Connor Stevenson, maybe one last chance to get by Ballard and take home the belt. 3 laps to decide it. In our first belt race of the evening, it's in our box. 3 to go. Ballard, Stevenson in high school, back to green. Great jump from Ballard into turn 1. Able to pull a huge gap between himself and Stevenson now in the final lap. Heisel going to work on Connor for that second spot. 1 to go for Levi Ballard. Down the backstretch for the final time. Checkered flag is waving, and Levi Ballard wins the Bullring Nationals. Second straight year, Connor Stevenson comes home in second. Third to go to the 10 of Colin Heisel. Both Bronson blends, and finishing on the podium, the 23 of Matthew Lloyd. Climbing out of the cart. Helmet off, and is he going to climb up top? He's down in victory lane. He is your R-Box Bullring Nationals champion from Grimes, Iowa. How about a round of applause for Levi Ballard? That Ballard race team, a powerhouse in the central Iowa wing karting scene, making their first ever trip to Plessis today, and able to walk home with a championship belt. We invite everybody to stick around for the official trophy ceremony that will be happening in the pit area after all the features have concluded tonight. Of course, all these drivers still need to pass post-race inspection, technical inspection, before the results become official. Ladies and gentlemen, up next on the raceway, it's the Rookie A main, presented by Jesse James Construction. 30 laps the distance. Here's your starting lineup on the pole from Dallas Center, Iowa. Driving the Capital Sign Company, number 99, Braxton Perkins. On the outside of row 1 from Merrill, Iowa. Driving the Dust Star Truck and Trailer Washout 75 Junior, it's Carson Rolfus. Inside of row number 2 from Rose Creek, Minnesota. Driving the Vote Farms and Custom Egg number 16K, it's Cade Vote. To his outside from Lamar's, Iowa. Driving the Davidson Trucking Agritech number 59, it's Scooter Mason Schultz. Third row on the inside, driver from Corridon, Iowa. Driving the Royal Flush Enterprises number 15N, it's Braylon Meir. On the outside of row 3 from Jefferson, Iowa. Driving the TM Performance number 12, Tucker Murphy. Fourth row on the inside from Waseca, Minnesota. Driving the Dave's Body Shop number 7R, it's the Calvinator, Calvin Rosenthal. And your eighth and final starters from Rose Creek, Minnesota. Driving the Young Truck Line 11P, it's Peyton Carroll. Green is out for the rookies, they're racing into turn 1. Perkins leads lap 1. Rolfus in second. Battle for third. It's the 16 of Vogt in front of the 59 of Schultz. Then Braylon near Calvin Rosenthal, Tucker Murphy, and Peyton Carroll round out your top 8. Perkins building about a 6-cart length lead over the 75 junior of Rolfus. Those are your 2 carts running in the first and second position. Mason Schultz has worked his way into third. Battle for fourth on the Speedway. It's the 16K of Vogt, right in front of the 15N of Neer and the 7R of Rosenthal. Leaders putting the 11P of Carroll a lap down. Perkins to the inside of the 12 of Murphy, puts that cart 1 lap down. Rolfus trying to follow him through, he's able to make the pass down the backstretch. Now 3 carts right in front of the leader, Perkins as they enter turn 1. Laps down, that time by for Braxton Perkins. To the inside of Rosenthal, down the backstretch, able to make the pass. Now he's coming up to the 15N of Neer. He's able to make a Neer drifts up out of turn 2, makes contact with second place running Carson Rolfus. As Braxton Perkins now has lapped up the 4th place cart. Holy cow. Trouble for Cade Vogt, that 16K cart, pulling to a stop on the front stretch as the yellow flag comes out. Rolfus hit the backstretch wall just as the yellow came out. All right, so that is the halfway mark. Caution free, 15 laps in. Red is out. And now work can begin on the rookie carts. Braxton Perkins, the driver from Dallas Center, Iowa, that cart number 99, a runner-up 1 year ago at the 6th Bullring Nationals in what was probably the race of the season last year with Hayden Arnold, I think Maddox Baker, and Ryder Logan all involved in that epic rookie A main from last year's Bullring Nationals. You can still find that on our YouTube page if you want to relive that one. Perkins started this one from the pole. He's led every lap so far. Restarting right behind him, though, the track champion from this year, Carson Rolfus. I think a 4-time feature winner. Never finished worse than second all season long. And further back in the field, the Calvinator 7R. Rosenthal, earlier this season, won the closest finish in Plessis Motor Speedway history when he edged Rolfus by .002 seconds in the closest race in Plessis Motor Speedway history. This is the first time we've seen Calvin since that race back on, I think that was the Memorial, back on, I think that was race day number 3 of this season. Little college football scoreboard update for you. Iowa Hawkeyes 41-10 winners over Western Michigan today. Not so lucky were the Minnesota Golden Gophers. They fall 31-13 to number 20 North Carolina. Wisconsin back in the win column with a 35-14 win over Georgia Southern. And look at that, Nebraska's winning. Early in the second quarter, Nebraska holds a 7-3 lead over Northern Illinois. Oh my, Iowa State drops another one. They lose 7-10 to Ohio. That's the University of Ohio, not Ohio State. So trouble continues in Ames for the Cyclones. Go Green next time by Braxton Perkins. He was a winner at the Race of Champions last week, racing under the Plessis Motor Speedway banner. Able to pick up the rookie feature win at the Golden Spike Speedway in Blue Earth, Minnesota at the Race of Champions. Trying to win his first ever Bullring Nationals. 15 laps separate him from his goal as we look for the green coming out of 4, and we got it. We're back underway in this rookie feature race presented by Jesse James Construction. Once again, it's a breakaway for the top two cars. Perkins and Rolfes exit turn 2 and go down the backstretch. Rolfes one kart length back, looking to capitalize on any mistake that 99 kart might make. Mason Schultz, a good run going in third. You just saw him in the beginner feature race, dipping his toes a little bit in the rookie class as well this season. Contact there between Rolfes and Perkins in turn 2 brings out the yellow. Maybe just a little bit of impatience there from Rolfes. So Carson Rolfe was penalized on that caution. He moves to the last spot on the lead lap, which is fourth behind the 16 of Cade Vogt. Everybody behind him is a lap down. $18 laps down, 12 to go for Braxton Perkins. Up in the second now, the 59 of Mason Schultz. Took the checkered in the beginner A main. It'd be really something if we could go 2 for 2 tonight. We're back underway, and what a restart from Perkins. Schultz able to settle back in, and now he'll try to reel in the leader, Braxton Perkins. Here comes Carson Rolfe, closing quickly on the 59 of Schultz for second. Perkins continues to dominate now, but lap cart's in front of him. He can afford to be a little bit patient here. Comfortable gap between himself and Schultz as we go to the inside of Carroll through 3 and 4. Now going to work on the 12 of Murphy. Has a run down the backstretch. Now 2, make it 3 carts separating your top 2. 1 to go for Braxton Perkins. Down the backstretch. 2, 3, and 4. Second is out, and Braxton Perkins wins the Bullring National. Mason Schultz second, Carson Russ is third. And then I think after that, a driver that had his goal all off-season to return here to Plessis and capture that Bullring Nationals championship. He's done so today in dominating fashion. He's got the helmet off. Now his fan club arriving slowly on the front stretch. There's the belt, and out in front is your rookie Bullring Nationals champion, Braxton Perkins. Driver that won a shiny championship ring last weekend at the Race of Champions. Now he's got a nice shiny belt to go along with the collection. Braxton Perkins, your rookie Bullring Nationals champion. Up next is the rookie Predator A main, presented by Van Hoff Trucking. 30 laps is the distance for these 5 carts. Your pole sitter is from Cherokee, Iowa. Driving the north side tire number 9, it's Racy Macy Pogler. Outside of row 1, also from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the Stevens McGrath, number 87, Maya Briggs. Rolling off third, all the way from Melvin, Iowa, driving the Funkmobile 7F is the Funkmaster, Bo Funk. Outside of row number 2 from Melvin, driving the SK Repair, Dowdy Hotshot Transport number 12, Blake Clancy. And starting 5th on the grid from Primgar, Iowa, driving the Datsun Tiling number 45L, it's Aiden Logan. So 2 drivers from Cherokee in row 1, 2 drivers from Melvin in row 2. And Aiden Logan from Primgar starts in row 3 all by himself there. Green flag racing into turn 1. Single file, they cross under the flag stand to put 1 lap down. It's Macy Pogler with the lead. Challenge for second. Funk has a run to the inside of Briggs. Able to make the pass into turn 3, and he'll bring Clancy with him. Maya Briggs falling back into 4th. Still early on in this rookie Predator A main presented by Van Hoff Trucking. Over the displays goes Blake Clancy looking for second, couldn't make a move. Now to his outside goes the 87 of Briggs. Clancy able to hold on to 3rd. Out in front, still Pogler by about 4 kart lengths over Funk. Clancy now closing in on Funk, trying to push that kart even closer toward the leader. Funk gets the push from Clancy out of turn 2 that time. They close in now. The gap maybe 2 kart lengths between Pogler and Funk. To the inside goes Blake Clancy. Able to make the pass for second. Funk able to cross him over though. Great crossover move by Bo Funk to reclaim second. Gets a little loose coming out of 2. They're able to motor by Clancy and hold on to that second spot. Meanwhile, all that battling has allowed Pogler to drive away out in front. And here comes Maya Briggs trying to throw her hat into the mix. Pogler trying to become the second member of that family to win a Bullring National Championship after brother Max was your Junior 2 feature winner last season. Battle rages on for that runner-up spot. Bo Funk currently occupying that spot ahead of the 12 of Clancy. Halfway sign, we've reached, looks like David Bristow's okay there in turn 1. Nearly got clipped by a cart. Was getting some flashbacks to last season's Bullring Nationals. If you know, you know. So the 3 minutes have started here, the halfway mark of this Rookie Predator feature. I'd like to take a quick minute to recognize the crew here at Plessis Motor Speedway. Many of the help that we have out here are some of the best in the business. Our head flagman in charge of all the racing has been Mark Jansen, assisted by Connor Stevesma today. Thanks for your help, Connor. Corner flagman today, David Bristow in turns 1 and 2. Amanda Hoppy shaking the sticks in row 3 and 4. Track prep performed this afternoon by the absolute best. My uncle Morris Stoffren prepared another great track. Thank you, Uncle Mo, for your help with the track prep. Sign-in and registration handled today by Nikki Logan and Tyler Stoffren. Scorekeeping back here on the backstretch handled today by Lauren Regneris and Heather Jansen. Manning the scale shed this evening, Mike Hoppy. Our tech man in charge of post-race technical inspection, Barry Sharp. Thank you, Barry, for coming and helping us out here at the Bullring Nationals. General admission ticket takers, Sharon Adams and Tina Bush back there at the entrance of the parking lot. Thank you, Sharon and Tina, for your help. Our EMT on call, and she's been on call all night. It's been Nikki Logan. Thank you so much, Nikki, for being there whenever we've had any incidents on the Speedway. Concession stand run, as always, by the Sanborn Junior Bowlers. Thanks for your help all season long, Sanborn Junior Bowlers. Good luck this season, making it back to state. Also, Anna Back, thank you for your help as helping as EMT. Also, our infield rover, James Schilling. How about a round of applause for James? Just got back from serving military service over in Poland. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the first thing you do, coming back and helping us here at Plessis Motor Speedway. Also, thank you to John Riggs and Tomo Riggs. They're with the JTR Practical Solutions team. They're from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. They set up the whole live streaming for you today. So thank you, John, and your team for coming out and live streaming our biggest event for the first time ever. It's been awesome having you here. Hopefully everybody's been enjoying watching at home. My name is Tyler Stoffen, finishing up my 6th year announcing here at Plessis Motor Speedway. It's been a pleasure calling these races as always. And we're all under the guidance of our track promoter and race director, Michael Stoffen. Completing his 49th year in the sport of go-kart racing, Michael Stoffen, I'm sure he's just happy he can close out this season without going to the hospital or getting arrested. You can do it, Dad. "15 laps to go for Racy Macy Pogler. He's led all 15 laps so far. She leads Bo Funk, Blake Clancy, Maya Briggs, and Aiden Logan back underway. Nice drive coming out of turn 2 there for Bo Funk. Closes into about a kart length and a half off of Macy Pogler. Unable to get any closer though. No change in the running order, still Pogler out in front, Funk second, Clancy third, then Maya Briggs and Aiden Logan. Pogler putting in some good laps out in front, building about a 5 kart length lead at the moment over the Funkmobile. Now the leader's approaching lap traffic. It might play a factor in this Rookie Predator feature presented by Van Hoff Trucking. Pogler to the back bumper of Aiden Logan to the inside. Able to make the pass into turn 1, but going to drift high out of the corner. Logan fights back, and here comes Bo Funk. Pogler pulls her to the inside of Logan, able to make the pass, but now right on her back bumper is the 7S. Here comes Funk looking for the lead down the backstretch. Polgar able to pull out in front. White flag flying this time for Macy Polgar. Final trip around the Speedway. Funk too far back to challenge. Here she rolls through 3 and 4. Coming to the checkered, racing Macy Polgar wins the Bullring Nationals. Bo Funk second, Blake Clancy third, Maya Briggs fourth, and fifth to go to the 45L of Aiden Logan. And down in victory lane is your Rookie Predator Bullring Nationals champion from Cherokee, Racy Macy Polgar. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the Junior Predator A main, presented by 3S Trucking. 30 laps the distance. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole from Morris, Iowa. Driving the MX numbers. Number 31, Isaac Holstein. On the outside of row 1, a driver from Cherokee, Iowa. Driving the Gym Sewer Service. Number 43, Weston Johnson. Second row on the inside from Bowdoin, Iowa, driving the ZVK Enterprises, number 37T, it's Tony Schwayback. On the outside of row 2 from the Mars, Iowa, driving the Tritz Racing, number 3, Bowdoin Tritz. Third row on the inside, starting fifth from Granville, Iowa, driving the Main Street Bikes and Trikes, number 3A is Avery Kellen. And your sixth and final starter, outside of row 3 from Melvin, driving the SK Repair, Dowdy Hotshot Transport, number 21 CC Carter Clancy. Complete restart upcoming. Holstein and Johnson in row 1 looking for an even acceleration. We didn't get it that time. The 43 Johnson accelerating a little bit too early. We stay under the yellow. Here's our third attempt to start the Junior Predator A main. That's a much better looking start. We're green into turn 1 for the Junior Pred. Quickly to the lead goes Tony Schwayback, as the 43 Johnson over off the pace there, 1 lap down. Schwayback, the Rookie Predator Bullring Nationals winner a year ago. He's out in front of this Junior Pred A main with Holstein second and Carter Clancy in third. Clancy looking to the inside of Holstein. He's into the second spot. Side by side for fifth. A little bit of contact there between Weston Johnson and the 3T of Bowden Schritz. Schritz got the worst of that one. Still plenty of time to go here in the Junior Predator A main. Still Schwayback out in front. Carter Clancy's trying to reel him in. Clancy, a driver that's just had so many frustrations and bad luck at Plessis Motor Speedway here this season. Trying to right all the wrongs here in the Bullring Nationals, our biggest race of the year. Starting to reel in, Schwayback out in front, as Avery Kellen has caught the 31 of Holstein for third. Kellen had a great drive last Friday at the Race of Champions, winning the Junior Predator Race of Champions at the Golden Spike Speedway 1 week ago, but she'll fall back to fifth now as Weston Johnson to the inside. Those two carts make contact into turns 1 and 2, and now spinning is the 3A of Avery Kellen. Caution on the speedway. Schwayback back to the point. Oh! Heavy contact with the front stretch wall for the 31 of Holstein. And now the halfway mark has been reached. Junior Predator carts have stopped on the front stretch for their halfway caution. Tony Schwayback and Carter Clancy trading the lead there. Of course, they'll be checking on that 31 of Isaac Holstein after Making some pretty heavy contact there with the front stretch wall. Holstein, a driver that's really come on in the second half of the season here at Plessis, picking up 3 or 4 feature wins, en route to a points championship. Currently finds himself, I think, 5th in this race, 31. Junior Predator carts refiring on the Speedway, 15 laps to go. In this feature presented by 3S Trucking. Quick shout out to my sister and brother-in-law watching on YouTube. Hi, Shelby and Mike. They're driving back from the Iowa Hawkeye game today in Iowa City. Drive safe. Wish you could have been here today for the 7th annual Bullring Nationals, but thank you for watching along on YouTube. We'll go back to green flag racing next time by Tony Schwabach, looking to capture his 2nd Bullring Nationals belt in his 2nd ever start. He'll lead Carter Clancy, Weston Johnson, Avery Kellen, and Isaac Holstein back to the green. Schwabach drifted way high coming out of turn 2. Everybody's going to follow him though. Down the front stretch they go. Single file, nose to tail, 5 carts deep. As Holstein gets by Kellen for 4th, all carts maintaining that single file formation. Schwabach inching further ahead out in front. His lead about 3 cart lengths now over the 21cc of Carter Clancy. Weston Johnson continues to run 3rd in front of Isaac Holstein and Avery Kellen. More heavy contact on the front stretch wall for Holstein. My goodness, that cart's been taking a beating today, as well as that front stretch wall. Kudos to all you brave souls that choose to sit in front of that exit of turn 4 over there. Phil Schwayback out in front. Signal for 2 laps to go for the driver from Boyden, Iowa. They'll take the white flag unchallenged. 1 to go for Tony Schwayback. Down the backstretch for the final time. Here he comes to checker. He's a 2-time Bullring Nationals. Tony Schwayback wins again at Plessis Motor Speedway. Carter Clancy second, Weston Johnson third, Isaac Holstein fourth, Avery Kellen in fifth. Attention in the pit area, if you're trying to enter the speedway for the victory lane photo, please make sure that all the carts have entered or exited the speedway before coming onto the track, just for safety purposes. Thank you for that. Down in victory lane is your Junior Predator Bullring Nationals champion from Boyden, Iowa, Tony Schwayback. Driver that's now 2 for 2 in Bullring Nationals appearances. Adding a second belt to that collection. Congrats to Tony and his crew in that 37T kart. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the R-Box Pro A-Main, our first 50-lap A-Main of the night. It's all presented by Bull Speed Stable. 6 carts going 50 laps around the Plessis Motor Speedway. Here's your starting lineup. Already a Bullring Nationals champion earlier this season, going now for two in a row from Grimes, Iowa, driving the Ballard Inc. number 7, Levi Ballard. Outside of row 1 from Holstein, Iowa, driving the Wright Agency, number 0, Trinity Stevenson. Inside of row number 2 from Little Rock, Iowa, driving the Spielman Excavating. Number 10 is Lincoln Klostergore. To his outside from Port, Iowa, the Wrightsville Excavating. Number 5R of Ryland Wrightsville. First on the inside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, driving the Riverside Trails. Number 2R is Regan Gracing. And your 6th and final starters from Lakefield, Minnesota, the Bull Speed Stable 12-gauge kart of Gage Delgado. They're off and racing, kart spinning in turn 2. The Jewel Stevenson yellow flag will fly, complete restart. Go green next time by Levi Ballard, Trinity Stevenson, row 1, Lincoln Klostergore, Ryland Wrightsville in row 2, and Rugen Gracing and Gage Delgado in row 3. Green is out of turn 4. Contact between a couple of carts in the middle of the corner leaves us under the yellow flag. They're off and racing into turn 1 in the R-Box Pro class. Ballard quickly to the point, then Stevenson, Wrightsville, Gracing, Klostergore, and Delgado. Reitzel going to work on Stevenson, looking for second. Had a little bit of contact in turn 2 that time. We stay green. Ballard putting a gap on the rest of the field now as Reitzel looking inside into turn 3. Stevenson able to hold him off. Levi Ballard currently enjoying a 3.7-second lead out in front of this Arbach Pro A main. As the battle rages on for second, put Trinity Stevenson in the 0, holding off Reitzel, Grayson, Costador, and Delgado. Reitzel to the inside of turn 1. Able to make the pass on Stevenson, and here comes Grayson. Losing Grayson, looking for third. He'll take it into turn 3. Stevenson's going to try to fight back on the inside, but can't do so. Stevenson falls back into fourth. As Reitzel has emerged in the second. Currently sitting 5.5 seconds behind the 7 of Levi Ballard. Cross the board now in card number 10. Trying for fifth. Stevenson currently occupying that position. Closing in on the halfway mark. Cart's content to ride around single file, waiting for that halfway caution. Oh, keep in mind, this is a 50 lap season, so we're going to lap 25, excuse me. There's 19 laps down this time for Levi Ballard. Reitzel has cut that lead down to about 4.1 seconds, so it's still a huge gap, maybe half a lap between Ballard and Reitzel. Ruben Grayson, a good run going in third. Grayson picked up his first feature of the season on-season championship night 3 weeks ago in thrilling fashion. Lead down to 2.5 seconds for Ballard. Still no concern though for the driver of the 7 cart. As now we've reached the halfway mark, cross flags in the air. 25 down, still 25 to go as we get those carts slowed to a stop on the front straight. .25 laps down, still 25 to go in our first 50 lap A main of the night. Also going 50 laps in Junior 2, Predator, Clone Heavy, and BP Wing later on this evening. Cart stop now on the front stretch. We'll begin that 3-minute timer once everybody has stopped. I had written this down earlier. I meant to announce this as we were going through our staff here at Plessis Motor Speedway, but there's one other entity I'd like to thank, and we here at Plessis Motor Speedway consider ourselves very lucky to put these races on in front of some of the best fans in all of go-kart racing. Every race this season, you've packed the bleachers and helped make the racing atmosphere at Plessis Motor Speedway something that other tracks wish they could have. We owe a lot of our success here to you, so how about one more round of applause for the incredible race fans of Plessis Motor Speedway. It's been all Levi Ballard so far in this RBOX Pro Feature race presented by Bull Speed Stable. But perhaps the most interesting part of the race is yet to come when Rylan Reitzel gets to start right on his rear bumper for the final 25 laps. Reitzel, I think he's a three-time feature winner at Plessis Motor Speedway this season, always a factor when he's on the track and dominant basically wherever he goes in the upper Midwest as the driver of that 5R kart. Restarting in third, the 2R, Regan Graping, the driver out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. $100 on the line if Regan can get it done from third in the final 25 laps. At $100 bonus money put up by the crew at the Rapids Speedway in Rock Rapids for any driver from Rock Rapids that is able to get it done in their feature. Trinity Stevenson will restart in the fourth position. Was able to run second most of the first half of that race until got passed by Reitzel and Grafing. See if Stevenson's able to rebound for the final 25 laps. And I think it's Lincoln Klosterboer restarting fifth in kart number 10. And Gage Delgado in the Bull Speed Stable 12-gauge kart in sixth. If you recall back to the heat races, Delgado got turned on his side after contact with the backstretch wall. Was able to finish that heat race after that kart rolled onto its side and then slid down the banking down the backstretch. Karts are firing now. Final 25 laps of the RBOX Pro Feature race coming out. One to go signal. Next time by, we'll go green out of turn 4. Levi Ballard in kart number 7 with the lead. Rylan Reitzel second. Regan Grayson third. Trinity Stevenson, Lincoln Klosterboer, and Gage Delgado. We're back to racing. Really important for Reitzel to stick with Ballard here as they get restarted. Three-car battle for fourth between Stevenson, Klosterboer, and Delgado. As once again, Levi Ballard setting sail out in front. Delgado took a peek to the inside of Klosterboer there, couldn't make the pass for fifth. Nose to tail for that fourth position. Stevenson, ton of pressure from Klosterboer and Delgado. As Ballard has opened up a full straightaway lead out in front. Reitzel second, Gracing third. Just watching that battle for fourth now. Stevenson, Klosterboer, and Delgado. Levi Ballard trying to become the first driver ever to win 2 Bullring Nationals on the same night. I think. Now the leader has caught those carts battling for fourth, flipping to the inside of Delgado, side by side, able to put the 12-gauge cart a lap down. Possibly had a run there on Stevenson, backs off into turn 3. These carts battling for position right in front of the leader. Well, contact there with the leader. I think Levi Ballard went over the disc brakes in turn 4. So a comfortable lead for the driver of that 7 cart. 2 to go. And now coming to the white flag. 1 lap remaining for Levi Ballard. Right to a full straightaway back as there's contact there with Fosterboard. Nothing in a challenge for 7 as he exits turn 4. Levi Ballard wins the Bullring National. Right to second place and third. Fourth at the line will be the 0 Stevenson. Climbing out of the cart and now a 2-time Bullring Nationals champion. Got that helmet off and down in victory lane for the 2nd time this evening from Grimes, Iowa, driver the number 7. How about it for Levi Ballard? Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Junior 1A main presented by Sue Body Shop. 30 laps the scheduled distance for these 9 carts. Here's how they'll line up. Starting on the pole from Stanhope, Iowa, driving the S&S Speed Labs, number 72, Henry Arnold. On the outside of row 1 from Canton, South Dakota, driving the Daroon Racing Engines, TR Repair, number 71L. He's the kid from Canton, Leroy Ralphs. Second row on the inside, driver from Sioux Center, Iowa. He pilots the Double Edge Construction, number 21. It's Miles Faber. And to his outside from Algona, Iowa, driving the UTES Racing, KWE 11Z. It's Zachary Woodford. Rolling off in the fifth starting spot, driver from Fairmont, Minnesota, driving the Cobalt Trucking, number 66, it's Kaylor Ekstrom. To his outside, starting sixth from Primgar, Iowa, the Fred's Plumbing and Heating, number 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Seventh on the grid, that's inside of row number 4, driver from Stanhope, Iowa, driving the S&S Speed Labs, number 32, Hayden Arnold. And to his outside, starting eighth from Primgar, Iowa, Driving the Logan Toy Shop number 24R, Ryder Logan. And a scratch for this Junior 1 feature after getting injured in that BP Wing heat race from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Driver car number 10, Owen Henricks. Hopefully he has a speedy recovery. So 8 carts, 30 laps in distance. We'll stop them at the halfway point on lap 15. Henry Arnold and Leroy Ralph looking for the green, and they got it. They're side-by-side drag race down into turn 1. A couple of carts getting connected down the front stretch there of Woodford and Hayden Logan. We stay green as Leroy Ralph out to the early lead. Faber up into second, they're side-by-side for third. Give it to the 66 of Taylor Ekstrom, the pole sitter. Henry Arnold got shuffled back to fourth. They're able to get by Ekstrom down the front stretch that time. The kid from Canton out in front. Side by side for second. It's the 72 of Henry Arnold. Contact into turn 1. Multiple carts got collected there. Van Beek, Ekstrom, and Faber involved in that battle for third. It's Ralph out in front. Henry Arnold trying to track him down in second. Ekstrom third. Now into fourth goes the 12 of Van Beek. Faber back into the top 5, the 6th position in front of Woodford and Arnold. Logan currently running 8th. Henry Arnold reeling in the leader. Ralph's out in front. Coming around this time, 10 laps down for Leroy Ralph. His lead a single cart length over the 72 of Arnold. Arnold for the back bumper into turn 3. They got the part of Logan right in front of them. Contact into turn 1. Over the display goes Ralph that kicks the cone out into turn 2. Yellow flag. Contact between the top 2 carts. Sent the 71L of Ralph sideways over the display. We have our first caution on lap 12. This Junior 1A main presented by the Sioux Body Shop in Sioux Center. So the penalty was assessed for the 72 of Arnold. Didn't quite have position on Ralph entering turn 1 there. And the resulting contact between those 2 carts brings out the first yellow flag of this Junior 1A main. 12 laps down, approaching that halfway mark. Leroy Ralph will lead Taylor Ekstrom and Dayton Van Beek back to green. Yellow flag, they stepped on the accelerator a little bit too early there. I think they were already nearly full speed down the backstretch coming to the green. We'll stay under yellow. It's Ralph, Ekstrom, Van Beek, Faber. Hayden Arnold will restart in the 5th position in front of Zachary Woodford, Henry Arnold, and Ryder Logan. Looking for a slower pace set by Ralph's out in front of this Junior 1 feature. They'll move the 24R of Logan in front of the 72 of Ralph, as Logan was still on the lead lap when the caution came out. Green's back, we're racing into turn one. Ekstrom with a big bump to Ralph through the first set of corners. Nose to tail. Down the front stretch, and now Arnold quickly to the inside of Woodford, trying to make his way back toward the front. Ekstrom drifted high coming out of turn four. He'll lose second, but now he's going to fight back. Miles Faber able to move into that runner-up spot as the halfway signal has been shown. We've reached halfway, 15 laps down. Caution is out. It's the cruise now. Checking on the 32 of Hayden Arnold, might have taken a shot to the head in the closing laps there before the halfway mark.
All right, well, we got to pause here for a little competition checkup. We want to thank Stevenson Hardware, Sauer Trucking for making it possible to live broadcast at 2023 Bullring Nationals. You know, we really couldn't do this without you. So, Stevenson Hardware, Sauer Trucking. You know, give these guys a Facebook thumbs up. Give them the thank you that you can to help, to show your support that we were able to go live today. We also want to thank all the other track sponsors: Jesse James Construction, Bull Speed Stable, Woody's Repair, Sue Body Shop, Tyson Foods, Utanch Racing, and see, Bisma. I probably screwed it up again, and if I did, I apologize for the umpteenth time. All you guys, thank you for what you do here at Plessis Motor Speedway.
Second, cart number 21. Third on the lineup, the 66 of Kaylor Ekstrom, driver from Fairmont, Minnesota. I think he swept the weekend when we had our doubleheader back in June. Dayton Van Beek currently sits fourth in the running order, a driver that picked up his first win of his career at Plessis Motor Speedway this season. I think it was on season championship night that Van Beek visited Victory Lane. Further back, I think sitting fifth in the order, the 11Z, Zachary Woodford from Algona, a winner 1 week ago at the Upper Midwest Race of Champions, representing Plessis Motor Speedway. Congrats to him on that victory. Still looking for that first ever Bullring Nationals Championship. Got his work cut out for him here as he'll restart fifth with still 15 laps to go for the Junior 1A main presented by Sue Body Shop. Checking my records here, Levi Ballard, the first ever driver to win 2 Bullring Nationals on the same night since Landon Crone back at the inaugural Bullring Nationals in 2017. Landon Crone, the winner of the Clone Heavy as well as the Clone Medium when we offered that as a class back in 2017. But First time that that feat's been duplicated since then. It's Levi Ballard winning the R Box and the R Box Pro A mains early on this evening. Hearing now that Hayden Arnold will be okay, driver of that 32 card after taking a shot to the head right before the halfway caution came out. Possibly a little bit of bruising for him tomorrow, but he'll be able to continue as the signal is given to the Junior 1 carts to refire. Back to green, next time by, it's Ralphs restarting with the lead in front of Miles Faber, Taylor Ekstrom, Dayton Van Beek fourth, then Zachary Woodford, Hayden Arnold, Henry Arnold, and Ryder Logan. Second half of the race is underway. Quickly contact into turn one. Yellow flag assessed to the 32 of Hayden Arnold for making the contact there with Woodford into turn one. Green's out. Henry Arnold continuing his march toward the front. He's up into fourth and closing in on Taylor Ekstrom. Contact at a turn two. Those sides are connected down the backstretch. And there's the yellow flag. Yellow is thrown there by the head flagman. After believing those carts were hooked together on the backstretch, the head flagman threw that yellow flag. We'll get him back to racing next time by. Still Ralph's out in front. Getting some pressure though from Miles Faber. Let's see what they can do here on the restart. We're back underway. More carts getting connected as they came to green. And contact between a couple more carts exiting turn 2. We stay green. Top 4 carts now separated by a gap between the last 4 carts. As passing for second now is Henry Arnold. All the way back to the front goes Henry Arnold. Still got to track down Leroy Ralph as those 2 carts are nose to tail into turn 3. Arnold knocking on the door. Ralph trying to hold on. Faber third, Ekstrom fourth. Woodford has bridged that gap. Here's a challenge for the lead side by side. Henry Arnold takes it into turn 3. Zachary Woodford able to get by Taylor Ekstrom for fourth. He gets a big bump coming out of turn 4 for doing so. It's Henry Arnold out in front. Brother Hayden won the rookie Bullring National Championship last season. He's looking for a best of his own. He's out in front of his Junior 1 feature. Ralph second, but now falling back into the clutches of Miles Faber. Faber in that 21 cart. Trying to inch closer toward the front of this race. Leader into lap traffic to the inside of Ryder Logan, able to make the pass. Ralph closes in. 1 lap to make a move though. Down out of turn 2 for the final time. Henry Arnold leads him into 3 and 4, and he will win the Bullring Nationals. Ralph second, Faber third, Woodford fourth, rounding out the top 5 is the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Then it's Hayden Arnold, Taylor Ekstrom, and I think Ryder Logan rounding out the top 8. Race fans, that's just a short preview of what's to come after feature races have been concluded. We do have fireworks left over from our memorial race. Hopefully you'll stick around for that. Down in victory lane, though, is your Junior 1 Bullring Nationals champion from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Great resiliency there for Arnold, having to drive all the way back up through the field after getting called out for a caution earlier on in that race. Now the second Arnold brother to win a Bullring Nationals championship. See, up next. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Junior 2 Bullring Nationals A main, 50 laps the distance. This race presented by Agritech. Here's your starting lineup on the pole from Mankato, Minnesota, driving the Manderfeld Trucking, number 12, Kyle Manderfeld. To the outside of row 1, driver from Wilmot, Minnesota, driving the Guidelines Fishing Charters, Round Lake Vineyard, Slater Construction, 7S, it's Braden Schulte. Rolling up in the third starting spot from Harrisburg, South Dakota, driving the Plant Property Solutions GP Auto, number 22. He's the black sheep, Aiden Sullivan, goes outside from Lamar's, Iowa, driving the Agritech, Davidson Trucking, number 16, Tavian Schultz. Third one on the inside from Cherokee, Iowa, driving the DeRune Racing Engine, Northside Tire, number 9 is Mad Max Pogler, who is outside from Madison Lake, Minnesota. The Alliance Insurance Agency, number 113 of Ethan Hagen. Green is out there racing into turn 1. Manderfeld leads lap 1, but quickly to his inside goes Sullivan. He'll grab the lead down the backstretch. Hager trying to follow him into second. He's able to do so coming out of 4, as Manderfeld's going to fall back to 4th, now 5th, as Trudeau gets to his inside. Manderfeld falling way back now as it's Sullivan out in front, then Pogler and Schultz. 3 wide, battling for about 6 further on in the field. I think it's Jason Logan moving into the top 5. As those carts start to settle themselves out. Schultz is coming after Schultz in what is an announcer's nightmare of last names. Schultz is passing Tavian Schultz for 3rd. Sullivan blowing a comfortable lead out in front. The reigning and defending Bullring National Champion Max Pogler sits in second by getting reeled in by Braden Schultz. Schultz has been impressive so far today in his Junior 2 debut. Driver that's lost plenty of laps around this Speedway in Junior Predators. Also battle brewing for 4th as Javen Logan to the back bumper of Tavian Schultz. He'll look to the inside down the back foot and move Javen Logan always slips up into the front brick wall and going to a stop. What's going to cost on the Speedway? Jason Logan going for 4th, but slides up out of turn 4, smacks the wall and goes to a stop. We have our first caution of the Junior 2A main. So damage to the 82J of Javen Logan. Damaged rim on that cart as he will roll off the Speedway. Like frustration over there at the starting grid. So Aiden Sullivan sees his huge lead evaporate. And now Max Pogler will restart right on his bumper in second. Keep an eye on that 7S. Braden Schultz has looked racy all day long in that 7S cart. So we start 3rd in front of Tavian Schultz, the 2-time Bullring Nationals champion in the Junior 1 class. He sits 4th in the starting lineup. And Manderfeld rounds out the top 5. Green is out. A little bit of contact there into turn 1. Schultz is going to get pushed up the Speedway, able to hold on to 3rd. Manderfeld on the inside of Schultz. That's for 4th. He's able to make the pass coming out of turn 4. Schultz is hugs the inside, has a run on Pogler, but can't make the pass for 2nd. Under the flag stand they go. It's Sullivan and now Schultz in the 2nd. Pogler's going to try to fight back, but he'll have to take him 3rd. 4th is Manderfeld, then Schultz. Trudeau, Hagen, and Brun. Kyle Manderfeld, that number 12 cart, has caught Pogler for third. Manderfeld started on the pole but fell back early, able to regroup now, and now past Max Pogler into turn 3. Max has had to fight back, has a run, a little bit of contact into turn 2, but we've reached the halfway mark. Junior 2 carts currently under the halfway caution. Aiden Sullivan has led ever since turn 2 of the first lap. Aiden Sullivan, the 2018 Junior 1 Bullring Nationals champion, but has seen a lot of trouble since then trying to win his second Bullring Nationals. A little bit snake bitten. Let's see if he can get the monkey off his back. He's got 25 laps to go in this Junior 2A main. And restarting in second, driver I've been telling you to watch all night, the 7S Braden Schultes making his Junior 2 debut here at Plessis Motor Speedway this season. Another driver, Kyle Manderfeld in the 12, driver from Mankato. Started on the pole but fell back to like 6th just after the first couple laps. He's fought his way back into the top 5. I think he's currently, let's see, I think 3rd in the running order for 12. Yeah, Manderfeld will sit 3rd in the running order. Restarting 4th, the reigning and defending Junior 2 Bullring Nationals champion, the 9 of Pogler. Max Pogler in cart number 9 will restart 4th. Signal given to refire the Junior 2 carts. Tavian Schultz in that 16 cart. He will restart in 5th. As I mentioned, a 2-time Junior 1 Bullring Nationals Championship winner, picking up the wins in 2021 as well as victory in 2022, making his first ever Junior 2 A main start here at the Bullring. And outside the top 5, there's still Tommy Trudeau. That 84X cart, the Bullard Auto Body entry from Elk Point, South Dakota. The 113 of Ethan Hagen joining us today from Madison Lake, Minnesota. for Davey and Bruns in the 7D. So it's Sullivan, Schultes, Manderfeld, Pogler, Schultz, Trudeau, Hagen, and Bruns. 25 laps to determine a Junior 2 Bullring National Champion. We're underway. Here comes Schultes. Has a run down the backstretch. Oh, but contact between Bruns and Trudeau on the backstretch will bring out the caution, and I believe negating the move that Braden Schultes had made for the lead. A little bit of debris here on the backstretch as well, right in front of our scorekeeper's stand. Trudeau checking on his cart. All right, Aiden Sullivan back to the point, though. He's got to watch out. He knows Schultes is right on his bumper and capable of passing him. We're back underway. Schultes to the inside into turn one. Able to make the pass and hold off. Sullivan starts to reclaim the position. Under the flag stand, it's Schultes, Sullivan, Manderfeld, Pogler, and Schultz, the top 5 carts, all within striking distance of each other. Braden Schultes, winner of the 2021 Junior Predator Bullring Nationals. He's putting a gap on the rest of the field. Driving away is Braden Schultes out in front. Sullivan holding on into second. Manderfeld, Pogler, and Schultz still right there. No change in the running order, so Schultes, Sullivan, Manderfeld, Pogler, and Schultz. As your leader has caught lap traffic now. Davey and Bruns and Tommy Trudeau sit right in front of the leader. Here comes Sullivan to the back bumper of Schultes. Battle for the lead. Schultes looks to the inside of Bruns, able to make the pass. Here comes Sullivan right with him. And now Aiden Sullivan applying the pressure. Your top 2 carts are under the flag stand, running through 1 and 2. Schultes closing in on Tommy Trudeau. The driver of the 84X sits right in front of the leaders as they enter turn 1. Pogler got by Manderfeld for third. He's trying to close the distance on the top 2 carts. Schultes to the inside of Trudeau, able to make the pass. Sullivan follows him through. Aiden Sullivan and Braden Schultes. Nose to tail, bumping out of the corner. Laps winding down. Can Schultes hold on? Can Sullivan find a way around? Sullivan sets up on the high side into turn one. Looking for a run, and he's got it down the backstretch. Aiden Sullivan back to the point. Schultes trying to regroup back into second as Sullivan now pulls away back Hartling. Caution though. No, maybe. Polgar got spun in turn two. They stay green. Race flags coming out this time for Aiden Sullivan. Final trip around the Speedway. Schultes 2 car lengths back as he went through 3 and 4 for the final time. And Aiden Sullivan wins the Bullring Nationals. Schultes second, Tavian Schultz third, then Kyle Manderfeld fourth, and I think Polgar finished in fifth after there must have been some sort of contact that sent that 9 car spinning in turn two, but we stayed green and finished it out. Aiden Sullivan able to capture his second Bullring Nationals. Whew, catch your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, down in victory lane is your Junior 2 Bullring Nationals champion from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the Black Sheep, Aiden Sullivan. Up next, the Predator Bullring Nationals A-Main 50 laps the distance, presented by Midwest Metal in conjunction with the Key Kart Speedway in Cherokee, Iowa. 13 carts, 50 laps the distance. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole, a driver from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, making his first ever Bullring Nationals start. He drives cart number 66, it's Mike Barber. On the outside of row one, from Adel, Iowa, driving the Blacked Out Racing number 99, Cody Havens. Starting third from Council Bluffs, Iowa, driving the Blacked Out Racing number 01 is Cameron Childs. And to his outside from Nashville, Tennessee, driving the Blacked Out Racing number 59, Nick Weeman. Rolling off from the fifth starting position, a driver from Primgar, Iowa, driving the Logan Racing, number 82, Darren Logan. On the outside of row 3 from Esterville, Iowa, the VW Docs, number 137, Brad Clark. Starting in 7th from Marcus, Iowa, driving cart 03 is Jesse Miller. To his outside from Sanborn, the Stevens McGraphics, number 55 of Trevin Back. Starting in the 9th position from Morris, Iowa, driving the G-Force Racing Gear, number 24 is Kenny Holstein. Then it's Jordan Wolf, Daniel Ort, Eric Faber, and Addison Brands. Caution on the Speedway. Maybe I can give you more of a detailed lineup here. Starting in the 10th spot from Calumet, Iowa, driving the Don Pearson Ford, number 14 is Jordan Wolf. In the 11th starting spot from Helena, Iowa, the Ort Racing, number 69 of Daniel Ort. Rolling off 12th from Sioux Center, Iowa, driving the UTES Racing TWE, number 8 is Eric Faber. And your 13th and final starter from Boynton, Iowa, driving cart number 71L is Addison Brands. carts finally in the correct starting order. Mike Barber, maybe an unexpected pole sitter for this A feature. He will lead Cody Havens to green, and they're off and racing into turn one. All 13 carts make it through the first lap. Okay, we got one lap down, and Cody Havens up to the early lead, followed by Cameron Childs and Nick Weeman. Jesse Miller in the 03, and Jordan Griff rounds out the top 5 in car number 14. Clean racing out in front of Trevin Back now enters the top 5, and that 55 car able to get by the 14 of Wolf, and now Barber into 6th. The leader into lap traffic goes to the inside of Havens, but spins out the 69 of Ort in turn 2. Yellow flag is out. Cody Havens with the lead. Joe Luke, Cameron Childs, and Nick Weeman back to green. Trevin Back looking to the inside. Oh, but now caution will fly. We stay under the yellow flag. Coming to green, it's Havens, Childs, Weeman, Miller, Back, Barber, and Wolf, the top 7, as the green flag flies once again. Challenge for the lead. Cameron Childs put the peak inside, but thought better of it. Now the top 3 cards breaking away. Havens, Childs, and Weeman, your running order for the top 3 starting spots. And Jesse Miller in that 03 kart making his first ever start here at Plessis Motor Speedway, currently in 4th in front of the 55 of Trevin Back. Bullring's lead about 4 cart lengths that time by over the 0-1 of Child, who's got Nick Weeman all over his back bumper. Once again, Hayden closing in on lap traffic into turn 3. He's got Kenny Holstein in that 24 cart right in front of him. Able to make the pass down the back stretch. Childs and Weeman get by Holstein as well. Ooh, Brand's gotten to the back of Wolf there. Addison Brand slipped up off the track and lost a couple positions as the cart's now getting interwoven now with lap traffic as the 14 of Wolf nearly comes down turn 2. And in all that kerfuffle, it's the 59 of Weeman getting by the 0-1 of Child for second. Still is yet to reach the halfway mark of this Predator A main presented by Midwest Metal and 2-Cart Speedway. Ooh, couple carts connected on the front stretch to 0-3 of Miller. Jumping on the back tire of Eric Faber, piloting that cart number 8, brings out the yellow flag. Right at the halfway mark, I think we're going to see if they All right, we will rule that the halfway point of this Predator feature crews are now welcomed on the Speedway for the 3-minute intermission. Once again, just minor adjustments allowed on the cart during this 3-minute pit stop. Just air pressure in the tires, fuel in the fuel tank, and refreshment for the driver is all that allowed, I believe. Cody Havens in that cart number 99 has led every lap so far. So it's Havens with the lead at the halfway point. Driver making his first ever start here at Plessis Motor Speedway. Restarting second, a driver that ventures to Plessis once a year, all the way from Nashville, Tennessee, Nick Weeman in that 59 cart. He's been in search of that first ever Bullring Nationals championship. And a part of us hopes he never wins so he can keep coming back and racing with us. He's gotten close many times, including a second place finish last year at the 6th Bullring Nationals. Currently finds himself in that bridesmaid position yet again. He's got 25 laps to get around the 99 of Havens. Restarting in third, though, the 01, Cameron Childs, another driver making his first ever laps around the Plessis Motor Speedway. He's a driver from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Signal given to refire the Predator carts. We'll get set to go back for the final 25 laps. This Predator A main presented by Midwest Metal in conjunction with Key Kart Speedway. Speaking of Key Kart Speedway, they have their championship night next Saturday, September 23rd. Hot laps at 1:30, racing to follow. All of this at the Key Kart Speedway at the fairgrounds in Cherokee. If you're looking for a place to race next weekend, go check them out there at the Key Kart Speedway, Cherokee, Iowa. We're back to racing. Top four carts breaking away from the rest of the field. It's Havens, Weeman, Childs, and then our local driver, Trevin back, trying to defend home turf here. He runs fourth in that 55 cart. Eric Fader fifth, and Barber, Clark, and Miller. Trevin falls off the pace of the top three cars. It's for Cody Havens out in front, followed by Weeman and Childs. Cameron Childs all over Nick Weeman for that run outside. Contact from Holstein right in front of the leader. Here comes Weeman trying to capitalize on him. Childs to the inside of Weeman for second. With the runner-up spot from 0-1 of Cameron Childs. Yellow flag caution on the speedway. Debris in turn 4, I believe. Cart pulling off the speedway, the 55 of Trevin back. He was running fourth at the time. Maybe the debris belongs to that 55 cart.